Shout out to everybody. We are back. Time is winding down. Shout out to everybody. We got the election coming up Tuesday. There are a lot of distractions. If y'all can, you know what I mean, just stay focused and figure out what you're going to do for the election, whether or not you're going to vote red or if you're going to vote blue, you know what I mean? Just focus on what you're going to do. Try to pay attention to these politicians as much as you can, you know, and not look too much at the distractions. There are a lot of distractions out here. Before we get started, I see that there is, you know what I mean, a lot of people who have dissenting opinions, you know, as far as the Democratic Party. Some people like they may not like the red party, they may not like the Republican Party, but there are a lot of distractions. We got Young Thug, a lot of people are talking about that, you know, and I get it. It's a lot of views, a lot of money talking about that. Little Dirk, a lot of people talking about that. Cardi B, a lot of people talking about that. Her relationship with Offset, all of that is going on. Just try not to let too many different things distract you. Diddy, like the, you know, the lawsuits, the case, like all of that. Just try to pay attention to what's going on, because believe you me, Tuesday we will have a new president, whether or not it's going to be Kamala Harris or it's going to be, you know, the likes of Donald Trump. You know, we are going to be having a new president. So if you have the right to vote, you can vote. Please go ahead and make your voices known. But right now we got some people that kind of don't feel like the Democratic Party has been offering them, you know, promises. You know, you got like Devore Darkins. He's kind of been going in talking like the past like few weeks, like he's been really going crazy on YouTube. You got Anton Daniels, you got Amala, you've got you know, Officer Tatum. He's kind of been going in. A lot of people just have dissenting opinions, and we seen what is it, LeBron James, he finally came forward and kind of tried to justify his reasoning as to why he's voting for Kamala Harris. So we're gonna end up checking out a lot of these things, but as first, let's check out and see what Anton Daniels got to say. It says, keep my black card. Woman goes off on Kamala Harris supporters, people embracing trash culture. Let's listen to this.
Card revoked. I don't give a damn about no black card. What the hell does that mean? You can't.
Yo, I can't. I don't know, man. It said, I am not desperate to belong to y'all little dusty club. Who's she talking about, bro?
Can't take anything away from me that my God gave me. I don't want to be one of y'all. If being one of y'all means that I go along with whatever the government tells me, the same government that I blame.
Shout out to Eve. Shout out to you in here. She said, hey, good morning. Shout out to Craig Wilson that's in here. Appreciate y'all. If y'all can, hit the like button. It'd be much appreciated. And we got some new memberships. You know what I mean? Shout out to, you know, everybody that's been doing that. We got Sugar Black. She is becoming a member. I appreciate her. Nova is becoming a member. I appreciate her. You know, and then if you do go ahead and get that membership, you will get priority in replies of what goes on in the live chat. And some people kind of wonder, like when they're watching this back, they're like, yo, where's the chat? How come I can't see the chat? When you like, so if I'm going live like this, right, this is going into the shorts feed. If I go live like this, once it finishes processing, it's going to go to the standard live section, like on my channel. You've got videos, you got shorts, and you got lives. So when the video gets put over into the lives from the short section, the live stream chat is no longer visible, right? So, but if I just go live, let's just say horizontally or something like that, you will be able to see the live stream. You know what I mean? So we're going to end up doing that, you know, eventually. But right now it's just, you know, we want to blast this out to as many people as possible. And if y'all can hit the like button, it'd be greatly appreciated. Shout out to Dave Lee that's coming in here. Dev One is in here. Appreciate y'all. Let's listen to this.
Blame for my poor circumstances. If being black means that I depend on the same government that I blame for poor circumstances, I don't want to be black.
Yo, that is a major, major point. If being black means I have to depend on the same government that I'm blaming for my circumstances, that's crazy. A lot of people, they want the government to save them from everything, you know, and some people don't want to like try, they don't want to get out there and do things on their own. And some people do. And when they get out there and they start trying and they do things on their own, they start understanding and figuring out the government is actually the entity that is standing in your way. Let's just say you want to have a food truck and you want to start a business, like the amount of red tape involved with getting businesses started is just insane. You start making a little bit of money, setting money aside, investing in the stock market, you got a little bit of gain. Next thing you know, you're getting slammed with like a capital gains tax. It's just like they have so many different hurdles on you. It's unreal. And a lot of people feel like if there's more government, that means government will protect them more. It's not always the case. It is good to have governmental services, you know what I mean? But at times, like, none of these services really, a lot of these services don't really serve you in time of need. And people often find out. I mean, they've got like security and things to keep you out of different offices and things like that, so that just tells you. But some people are waking up, they're understanding like, yo, I want to make a way for myself. I do not want to depend on this government that's trying to make me depend on them. Like, I want to try on my own. And then when they get out there and they start hustling, they may be working 2 jobs, may get something on the side. Now they got a little business going on. And then they find out all of these little hurdles that are in their way is actually the government, So, I kind of understand a little bit what she's saying. Like, yo, y'all expect me to be wanting a government that has low key like created a lot of these different circumstances that we going through. You want us to depend on the government? That's kind of interesting.
If being black means that I can't critically think for myself, I cannot have any independent thoughts, and I have to follow along with weirdos who like having their body parts played with in secret, I don't want to be black. If being black means that I invest all of my resources.
And you can tell, like, this is reaction, so I got to react to it, right? You could tell she's frustrated. And I'm going to say this, like, me as a person that's a content creator, right? At times I talk about entertainment, times I talk about battle rap, times I talk about politics. When I started talking about politics, I got the most amount of black shaming that I've ever gotten in my life. In my DMs, on different social media accounts, even in the live streams, people are like, oh, why do you have that hat on? Like, oh, you supporting Trump? Why are you supporting Trump? Oh, you are this, you are that. You know what I mean? You don't like us. You ain't black no more. I think people feel like when you are born, on your birth certificate, it says I'm black and I have to vote Democrat. That's not what's on your birth certificate. You know what I mean? It's when you were born, all of that information. It does not have a party affiliation. And I think people desperately need to get out of that mindset of feeling like the government has to take control of your entire life. And some people don't feel like that. They're like, yo, like, this is what I see going on in hood, you know what I mean? Like, women are incentivized not to have the man in the household. Johnson is trying to talk about, oh, like, we give them welfare, we're going to have them voting Democrat for 250 more years. Like, all of that is insane. Like, some people are waking up and they're like, nah, we not going for it no more. You know what I mean? And Anton Daniels, I feel like he's one of the YouTube creators. He got 457,000 subscribers. Shout out to him. Let me like that video. But he's one of the YouTube creators that's just like, nah, we not doing this no more. And she like, no, like, she's starting to feel the pressure of like the community. They on her back. Like, yo, black card revoked. I've seen a lot of these comments. Your black card is revoked. And anybody that's been in my lives, you've seen them. This is how some people think, like, yo, you can't be Republican and still have a black card. That is very interesting when you think about when, before the party switched, it was the Republican Party that actually believed that we should have freedoms. That's what people don't say. Like, the party's actually flipped. You know what I mean? It was the conservative party that was a little bit more libertarian during the times when you really needed them to be. But then they flipped and they started being more conservative, but people don't even think to look back and see what was going on with that. They just believe whatever rhetoric they're putting out on the radio, whatever rhetoric they putting out on CNN, whatever rhetoric they hearing Don Lemon talk about. It's ridiculous. So when I was a Democrat, a liberal, like, I felt, I listened to the media and they was telling me the truth. And it wasn't until I woke up to realize New York Times, Washington Post, even New York Post, you know what I mean? CNN, like MSNBC, they were all like telling me just liberal ideology. I had to wake up, and some people now they're waking up and like with the advancements of social media, right? Everybody getting on there and like having their opinion, free thought, and people are like, yo, like I don't actually like how the Democratic Party runs things. I don't really like this. I don't really align with their thinking. I don't think that Cardi B should be the person controlling me and telling me who I should vote for and who I should not vote for. People are starting to think like, why are they trying so hard to pander to black folks and then they never give them anything? Never give us anything. And they say, oh, well, we can't do that. But then they can write laws for Asians and write laws for Indians and write laws for, but they can't write write anything to correct the wrongs for Black America. So my personal opinion, before we get back into the video, it's like, all right, if you can't do that, you can't do any reparations. I at least want a president that's going to give me a fighting chance out here in this economy, who's going to make the economy great to where I can get out here and make the most amount of money that I possibly can. You know what I mean? That's what I want.
Into my ass and fake hair. I don't want to be black. If being black means that I'm not allowed to live in decent areas and have a beautiful home, I don't want to be black. If being black means that I can't have a nuclear family, I can't have a husband and some kids, I don't want to be black. If being black means that my children can't grow up playing outside, being literate, and having number sense, I don't want to be black. If being black means that I have to give up my freedom of speech and my freedom of thought, I don't want to be black. If being black means that I have to be a fool who cares more about being sexually promiscuous and spending money on stupid shit than a...
Yo, she's saying bad words. So let's look at Chef One. He's a person in the comments. He said, well, I guess my black card revolt because the Dems haven't done anything for me. I've lost practically everything supporting this party. Enough is enough. Like, I agree with you. Let's see what Rita's got to say. Shout out to her. Like, when I see Rita, I click automatically. Sky News Australia, if y'all can subscribe to them. I think they keep it a G. You know what I mean? And Rita, she be clipping these people. Let me fix her face. Rita be clipping these people that be out here, like, spewing out propaganda. You know what I mean? I appreciate Rita for everything she doing. Even you got, like, super liberals like Anderson Cooper coming out and, being tough with Kamala Harris, like, yo, there's a border issue. Do you think you guys should have did something years beforehand and still wait until now to try to do something to shore up the border? Are you going to build the wall again? Like, he's asking a real question. And Bill Maher, came out and said, nah, what y'all saying Donald Trump said about Liz Cheney is not really accurate. The news can't be playing games like this because people will actually believe y'all. You know what I mean? And then he even denounced low-key what President Biden said about Republican voters calling us trash. Or he didn't say trash. He said garbage. And, even Bill Maher is like, yo, like, that's not something you really want to be saying. And then this is the stretch of the presidential election, right? Like, both parties pretty much gave their closing arguments. It looks like Trump is still going to be campaigning, but I think more so than not, the Democratic Party went ahead and gave their closing arguments, and he comes ahead, Joe Biden, and then he just like does the unthinkable, calling half of America garbage. And then you got Mark Cuban coming out saying, oh, well, Trump doesn't have any strong women around him. Like, they're doing the most to ruin this election for Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris is relying heavily on support from Michelle Obama, which is pushing separatism, which is pushing that women should not listen to their men. Women should do what's best for women and not listen to anybody else in the world. It's just about the women at this point. What's his name? Obama trying to shame black men into voting for Kamala Harris. Like, it's ridiculous. They're pushing separatism. When I look at Donald Trump and what he's doing, I feel like he's trying to include everybody in his, and what he's got going on. I don't feel like he's trying to just separate, and then they can take whatever sound bites that they want from the comedian. At the end of the day, Donald Trump was not that comedian that made the joke. He wasn't. The guy is a roaster. He got up there and he started roasting. That's his job. That's what he does. But they wanted to flip that, and you get Jennifer Lopez, which nobody likes any of her documentaries. Nobody likes any of, a lot of her movies. You know, she comes out and then now she's in super support of Kamala Harris because of what a comedian said. And we're supposed to believe this woman and think that she's making great decisions that was in a relationship with Diddy. So now you got all of these, like, you know, and I'm not disrespecting any Democrat or anything like that, but I call the people who are celebrities that are suspected of being at the white parties with Diddy, I call them Diddycrats. So you got all these Diddycrats coming out. You got Beyonce coming out. You got Usher coming out. You see what I'm saying? Like all of these people. What's her name? Cardi B. We saw that she was just on a FaceTime call with Diddy. You see what I'm saying? And then you got, Jennifer Lopez. You got all these Diddycrats out here. Like, come on. And we're supposed to be believing that they are the ones that we're supposed to be taking their opinions to heart, you know. And if you have a celebrity that is going to control who you should vote for, you really need to reevaluate what the voting process is. You know what I mean? And what it really means. These people do not live the lives that a lot of people live. You know what I mean? It just is what it is. There are the 1% of America. And they probably, you know, who knows? They could have gotten paid to do that. Get on the podium and talk. You know, they got to spend that money one way or another. Why not give it to celebrities? Why not give it to Plies? Right? Plies hasn't had a hit record in I don't know how long. I'm sure he'll take some money and go on a marketing campaign like he's been doing. I'm sure Lizzo, she hasn't had a hit in a while. I know she probably needs some money. Let me give her some money and have her come out here and support. I'm not saying they're doing that, but all I hear is Charleston White saying they're paying celebrities, TikTok influencers saying the DNC done reached out to them. I hear Dr. Umar Johnson saying that celebrities are being reached out to, you know, to support the Democratic Party. Is what I'm hearing. It's all over YouTube. It's all over Twitter. So who knows if these celebrities are being paid big bucks by donors, right? Because at the end of the day, this is donors' money. Are they being paid big bucks by donors? I don't know. You know what I mean? It's something to think about. And then we got Bobo Bay with the 99. I appreciate you for supporting. And we got Sugar Black in here, which is a member. Appreciate everything that you've been doing for the channel. Appreciate you. But let's get back to Rita. Shout out to her.
And I regret to inform you that the celebrities are at it again. These out-of-touch simpletons want to lecture you about politics. Even the ones who not long ago pledged to not endorse the Democrats are suddenly feeling compelled to tell us why Americans should vote for a thoroughly inept, inauthentic and frankly idiotic candidate in Kamala Harris. Here's rapper Cardi B, she is a superstar, saying not too long ago she was done with political endorsements.
I'm not endorsing no presidents no more, because we could fund two wars. We could fund two wars. Talking about we don't got it, but we got it. Like, we're the greatest nation. No, we're not. We're going through some right now.
Well, yes, the Democrats heard that eloquence and said, we need her. We need her endorsing Kamala at a rally. And that happened earlier today, only there was a little...
Hold on, shout out to Rita. But not to mention this lady then came out and said that she used to drug like men. She said that. And then like take their money. That's what she said. That's what Cardi B said. There's tons of videos of her on YouTube saying that. And then the Kamala Harris administration feels like this is the person that she's going to have up there talking for black women. Like Sugar Black said, embarrassing. This is the person we're going to have up here talking for black women. Then she has Glorilla performing. It's 95 degrees. I ain't got no, and ain't got me. She got Glorilla up there performing. Well, one of the wackest performances that Glorilla has ever had. We trying to give you a pass, Glorilla. A lot of people been rocking with you. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people online I see trying to give you a pass. You probably don't know. You young. You don't know what's going on with politics. You probably got hit up. Probably offered you some money. I don't know. You see what I'm saying? And you getting up there and you feel like this is your time to talk. I don't know. But the performance could have been a lot better, Glorilla. That's all I'm going to say. You didn't get up on the podium. You didn't really talk. But I don't know. You know what I mean? I think you could have did a lot better. Just my opinion. But it just look at the people that Kamala Harris is picking to speak for black women. And look at the performances, right? Meg Thee Stallion just got caught lying on Tory Lanez. I say allegedly, but I mean, I don't know if we can put an allegedly on it, because we heard what she said in a documentary and we heard what she said to Gayle. And she said that she just didn't know that Gayle was going to ask her that question. So she just, answered no. As far as if she had a SE relationship with Tory Lanez, she said no to Gayle when she actually did. And she admitting this in a documentary. So it's like this person is, getting somebody locked up and she up on stage twerking. So we supposed to be believing whatever this lady says. Quavo, we got to be believing what Quavo says now. Now Quavo's your friend. So are these the people that you're going to have at the White House? I always thought like the United States of America representatives had some sort of class. Right? I thought the White House was going to be filled with people that were classy, right? Whether Republican or Democrat, they would be classy. Now you got people that could be potentially be going up there at dinner parties and all that. That's how they're going to be acting in the White House. Very, very interesting. You know what I mean? But let's listen what Rita got to say. Subscribe to the channel, hit the like button. We are days away from the presidential election. I think people need to see content like this. Shout out to Sugar Black again. People need to see content like this, hear different people's perspectives. Not everybody thinks the same way, and people are speaking out. It is what it is. So let's finish it up and hear what Rita got to say. Shout out to Rita.
Pratt's heard that eloquence and said, we need her. We need her endorsing Kamala at a rally. And that happened earlier today, only there was a little mishap with Cardi B's teleprompter, so we got this instead.
1 second, guys, 1 second. Okay, so I don't take lightly the call. Sorry, guys, I'm a little nervous. I've been waiting for this moment this whole life, my whole life. I need patience over here. Patience, where are you, girl? I need patience over here.
Dear. Yes, it was a disaster until someone ran on stage with a mobile phone with the words she was supposed to.
Hey, somebody said something, right? I think it was Philly Trees that's in here in the comment section. Said, I still want to know why she don't use her married last name. Oh, because it's a Jewish last name. I think Douglas's last name is Imhoff, right? And then Philly Trees said Imhoff wouldn't get you any black votes. Yo, that is pretty strange though. Now that you think about it, like, wow, if you're married, like either she's gonna take your last name or vice versa. That's really strange. She's not taking his last name. But Kamala Harris ended up finding not Kamala Harris, but Candace Owens ended up finding out that there was a lady with the exact same name as Kamala Harris. Same first name, middle initial, and last name as Harris, which is a very unique name, that she was married before she got married to Douglas Imhoff. Right? So Candace Owens is showing the marriage license and everything and saying, I'm not saying this is Kamala Harris, but, it does raise eyebrows that this person has the exact same name and exact same name structure as Kamala Harris. I'm just putting this out into the wild, putting this out into the internet to see what people think about this. Nobody's asked her about it. Candace Owens is revealing like her family lineage, revealing that Miss Barrow that Kamala is putting in her book is actually not a black lady from what Candace Owens is researching and finding out. This is actually a lady that is Jewish and Irish. So if this is the case, who is the lady that you're taking pictures with, Kamala Harris, and claiming that is your grandmother? This is what people want to know, right? And then Kamala Harris has a picture with a lady that's a black lady that's supposed to be her grandmother, I guess, in her book. And like people are like, yo, like, what is this? Because Miss Barrow, which is your grandmother, allegedly, like, she passed away because, you know, Candace Owens is showing like all different type of receipts. Because, you know, you got birth certificates, you got marriage licenses, you got death certificates, you got all of that, right? So Candace Owens is showing a lot. So what Candace Owens came to find out is your grandmother actually passed away before you were born. And I will put an allegedly on that, right? Because they're rich, you know what I mean? They super rich. I don't want them coming after me. But is that true or is that not true? Nobody's asking her these questions. And this is probably why she's staying away. Shout out to Theory 23 in the chat. This is probably why she's staying away from Joe Rogan. She did do, I will give Kamala Harris a little bit of credit. She went and she did an interview with Brett Baier of Fox News, which I didn't think she was going to do, but she put herself into a situation to where she had no choice but to do it, right? The campaign wasn't as strong as she probably thought it would be. And
they don't tell you.
And she even had like Democrats kind of going against her. Her polling wasn't the greatest. And so all of a sudden she, and mind you, this is Chink from the Young Turks. Listen to what he said around the time to where she decided to do the Fox News interview.
Because new polls are out and it doesn't look good for Kamala Harris. I have not been this worried in a long time. So we don't have a lot of time left. We have less than a month left, and she's now losing in almost all the swing states.
So this is Chink from the Young Turks, super liberal. Everything he does is in, you know, furtherance of the liberal agenda is what he does, right? So with Chink coming out and saying that, with a lot of people kind of worrying, yeah, you got to do a Brett Baier interview. Brett Baier put her in her place. Like, yo, 79% of Americans are feeling like Kamala Harris, the country is heading in the wrong direction. How do you feel about that? She turns around and she blames Trump. Charlamagne the God, a guided interview, right? Kind of just walked her through the interview, didn't really redirect her when she was asked serious questions by a black businessman that asked her, why should African Americans continue to vote Democrat if you guys have historically done nothing for us, right? You know what she said to him? She said, I'm going to do something for the banks. This is Kamala Harris basically telling him, oh, we're going to make sure you get loans. He's asking you about reparations and what you're going to do for Black America, and you basically are saying that you're going to help the banks. Charlamagne the God, did he redirect her? Nah, I don't think he did. I don't think he did at all. I think it was a guided interview. You can't even react to the interview. When was the last time you seen somebody reacting to that interview? You know why you can't? Because they ended up doing it in collaboration with iHeartRadio and their YouTube network. Like, had control of the footage. So if you even tried to do a reaction, guess what you got hit with? A copyright. Because they don't want you to show that, yo, she's being guided through this interview. They don't want that at all. You know, so I don't know. Like, if this person should be the leader of the free world, right? Why does she need so many people to help her? Al Sharpton walking her through an interview. Michelle Obama taking her hand, walking her through the campaign process. Barack Obama taking her hand, walking her through the campaign process. Trying to shame black men. Barack Obama, Michelle Obama telling women to don't listen to their husbands. This is or their boyfriend. This is what she said. This is for us. His presidency is for us. They got all these African Americans on stage. Right, all these celebrity African Americans on stage giving speeches. I would be feeling a certain type of way if I was Indian, Chinese, Caucasian. Like, aren't we included in this? Is this like the separatist party? I would be wondering that. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Theory 23. He said, hit the like button. Please do hit the like button and subscribe. Stacy, I know you don't want to hear it, but I would be feeling some type of way like, yo, like, we all are supposed to be included in the Democratic Party. When I see Donald Trump, right, I see white people on stage, black people on stage, Mexican people on stage, like different representatives and different people, like, you know what I mean, from all walks of life on stage. I don't just see black people on stage. right? I don't see that. And they are supposed to be pushing that the Republican Party is the racist party. But what we see is something different. I see Donald Trump letting a lot of African Americans out of jail. I remember, Donald Trump like signing the First Step Act that allowed a lot of people that were incarcerated under what Biden and all of them like kind of advocated for, like, you know what I mean? The justice system to really target African American community. All those people were incarcerated. Trump signed the First Step Act to get people out of jail. He's been consistently getting African Americans out of jail. Even Kodak Black. He then got out of jail. He's supporting Jesse Jackson when he tried to run for presidency and all the music videos, everything. But his wife ain't even white. But this is supposed to be the person that Americans are supposed to believe is a racist. They doing anything they can. They trying to use Liz Cheney. Nothing working. Nothing's working.
Read out.
Shout out to Natalia.
That performance was about as authentic as Kamala. These celebs care so little and know so little that they can't even formulate a sentence about why they are endorsing Kamala. And when she eventually did get that phone, the speech Cardi B gave was full of incoherent nonsense. Again, just like Kamala.
Trump says he's going to protect women whether they like it or not. Well, if his definition of protection is not the freedom of choice.
That question has to be...
Chill, Rita, chill. Yo, you stumble and you mess up reading around Rita, she gonna get you, bro.
Definition of protection is not the freedom of choice.
That question has to be asked. Why do the Dems so desperately want the endorsement of a Cardi B, a woman who bragged about drugging and robbing men? Yes, that's really a BBC article about her drugging and robbing men during her days.
And the BBC said that. The BBC said that. This lady is supposed to be a spokeswoman for women. When I think of a woman, I don't think of somebody that's doing this on social media, going back and forth with her husband, trying to let everybody think that they broke up and having marital issues and all of that. When I think of a woman, I don't think of somebody that's this outrageous. I don't think of that. But this is what the Democratic Party feels like is a representation of women. This is what they think. Milwaukee, they think y'all are gonna think this is the representation. I think women are smart people in the household that a lot of times, like if the husbands, may be too busy or maybe they need help with something. I think, good women can pick up what's needed, and they run the household. You know what I mean? Man goes out, he works. The woman normally runs the household. But, we got a situation, right? You can say the man runs the household, however you want to say it. But the women are actually, making sure that the kids are ready. And, they go into the sporting events and, they cooking, make it, you know what I mean? Keeping the house clean, stuff like that. A lot of women, do that. Some women get out here, they work. They may contribute equally or even more to the household. It just depends. I think... women are strong figures. I don't think they're just somebody that's just doing this. You know what I mean? At clubs and doing this. This. I don't think women are like that. Just my personal opinion. I met a lot of smart women in my life. When I see women, I don't see this. I don't see Cardi B's that will do this to men. Cardi B explains why I can't even say that word on YouTube, and did that to men. Right? It's ridiculous.
As a stripper. That is the star that the Democrats were desperate to have on board. I can't even tell you the name of Cardi B's biggest song because it's too indecent for network TV. But of course, it's not just her. The Democrats have every miserable malcontent in Hollywood, in the music industry, in the entertainment world at large backing them. Here is Robert De Niro making an utter fool of himself again.
Makes me so angry that we're here talking about a piece of like Donald Trump.
And here is Robert again, or is it Rosie O'Donnell this time, having another Trump-inspired
Yo, I haven't seen Rosie O'Donnell in like years.
meltdown.
Let's say on a scale of 10 being can't think of anything else and may need some additional medication, I'm like at a 7. I'm at a 7 as we get images and content and, you know, fake news and trolls and from Russia.
Russia? We're back to that old debunked conspiracy theory. Really, Rosie? At least Rosie didn't claim that Donald Trump would break up interracial marriages, deport the wives and remarry the white husbands. No, that uniquely insane rant came courtesy of Whoopi Goldberg on The View.
He's not going to, you know, say, oh, you're with a white guy, I'm going to keep you from being deported. No, he's going to deport you and put the white guy with someone else. The man is out there.
The man's out there. Oh, then you've got the world's dumbest billionaire, Mark Cuban, insulting conservative women with this absurd misogynistic comment.
Shout out to Rita, man. I just want to say shout out to her. This is insane that Mark Cuban did this. He's been on a huge campaign for the Kamala Harris and Tim Walz presidential campaign, right? And he goes ahead and ruins everything by making this comment.
Donald Trump, you never see him around strong, intelligent women, ever. It's just that simple.
And Laura Trump, shout out to her. Like, she had like a women's like rally, like get together or whatever. Shout out to her. I think she can take on Kamala Harris in a debate. I think she would actually smoke Kamala Harris in a debate. Laura Trump would. So I mean, I don't know, man. I think she's very smart. I think she's very witty. I think she's got her facts in order. I think she shut down Charlamagne the God on the Breakfast Club. Right? She's going up against 3 people, DJ Envy, Charlamagne the God, the other hosts, right? Pure liberals. They couldn't find anything wrong with what she was saying. She had them all quiet for 3+ minutes. Somebody said, Sugar Black said, Rita don't play, I love her. I love Rita, bro.
That simple, is it? You want to say that to, I don't know, Sarah Huckabee Sanders, Tulsi Gabbard, Melania Trump, Kayleigh McEnany.
Tulsi Gabbard, she was with Laura Trump with the female rally. Tulsi Gabbard, you don't think she's smart? You don't think she's strong? Mark Cuban? That's the last one you like. Hey, she was in the military. She had a position in the military. She was high up there. She was about her business. I don't think you want to say that about her.
Sanders, Tulsi Gabbard, Melania.
And Tulsi Gabbard ended up switching parties. She's with the Republican Party now. Beautiful, beautiful woman. You know, she's a strong-minded woman, and she knows what she wants. Very articulate.
Trump, Kayleigh McEnany, Kellyanne Conway, the list goes on.
And let's see this, right? Hold on. Before we get back to all that, let's go on my Twitter. I'm not afraid to share my likes. Hold on. Before we get to that. Oh, yeah, there it is right there. Tulsi Gabbard, join us in Atlanta tonight at 6 p.m. Let's rally to get out the vote for Donald Trump and save our country. Secure the ticket, right? Tulsi Gabbard. Oh, you got Laura Trump. I mean, I think... I don't think you want to mess with this lady. I don't think you want to mess with this lady. Let's listen to what she got to say.
You know, Tulsi, when Mark Cuban says Donald Trump doesn't like to surround himself with smart, intelligent, independent women, it's hard not to see that's a direct shot at Kellyanne Conway, Kayleigh McEnany, Linda McMahon, a whole host of other women as well, including you, Tulsi. It seems like it's a direct shot at someone like you.
You know, there's actually something much darker that he is implying there, because the premise of his statement is that
Shout out to I1 in the chat, said voted red down the line. Hey, vote for who you want to vote for. Me personally, I'm voting red. I'm voting red. You know what I mean? Everything aligned with red. When they were in power, hey, life was good.
He believes that Liz Cheney
and people want to say, oh, well, Trump inherited a great economy from Obama. Well, he didn't mess it up. That's what I want to say. He didn't mess it up. He didn't mess the border up. He didn't do none of that. He's strengthening everything, right? So when you have the Democratic Party that comes in, they overturn his executive orders, and now we got an immigration problem. A very big problem. And they want to say, oh, well, Trump is running off of problems and not running off of solutions, when they've literally been in office for 4 years and decided to overturn everything that he did. Makes sense, right? And then you got people sitting there on Jubilee arguing in favor of the Democrats, saying oh, well, I don't believe we really have a border issue. I think we have an asylum issue. You don't think we have a border issue when you got quadruple the amount of people coming in within the past 2 years? You don't think that's a border issue? People are just spewing anything and everything out there. It's ridiculous. But let's go back to Tulsi Gabbard and listen to what she got to say. This strong, smart woman.
and female warmongers like her are what defines strong women. They are hypocrites and cowards, because when you look at people like Liz Cheney, she is eager to send our troops into harm's way. She is eager to advocate for more stupid wars, but she and other warmongers like her will never volunteer to put their lives on the line for these military adventures they're advocating in. I just finished a couple of days of Army Reserve duty at Fort Sill, Oklahoma, and yesterday morning I stood there on the graduation field and saw a few hundred brand new soldiers graduating from basic training. Probably 1,000 family members there to celebrate them.
This is the Democrats' worst nightmare. Tulsi Gabbard. Worst nightmare. She didn't switch parties and everything. And I think she was yes. All right. So Tulsi Gabbard is an American politician, United States Army Reserve officer, and conservative politician commentator who served as U.S. representative for Hawaii's 2nd Congressional District from 2013 to 2021. She became the first Samoan America voting member of Congress. Shout out to her. That's a lot of accolades for her. So shout out to her.
And it was so moving. And I was thinking about people like Liz Cheney when I was watching them, because these are the young men and women who will pay the price, potentially with their lives, if people like Liz Cheney, Dick Cheney, and Kamala Harris are allowed to be in power. This is one of the many reasons why I'm so strongly advocating for and supporting for President Trump to go back to the White House, to end wars, not start them.
Shout out to her. Let's see what she's saying.
President Trump was absolutely...
Let's read this first. Dick and Liz Cheney are, as Trump correctly stated, always eager to waste the precious lives of our brave soldiers in stupid military adventures, but are too cowardly to put themselves in positions where the enemy's guns are pointed at them, so high in their ivory towers, while sending others into harm's way. Giving voice to this truth is not a threat against anyone. Listen to Donald Trump says and decide for yourself. Shout out to her. Let's listen to Tulsi Gabbard.
President Trump was absolutely right when he said that Dick and Liz Cheney are always eager to go and waste the precious lives of our brave men and women in uniform, sending them off to go fight in stupid military adventures. And yet they themselves are too cowardly to put themselves in a position where the enemy's guns are pointed at them, with their lives at risk. So instead, they sit and hide in their ivory towers, without hesitation, sending others into harm's way.
Somebody said Tulsi should be a cabinet member and administration. Oh, trust and believe Trump is probably going to give her a pretty good position. Shout out to her. And, it's the dream team, bro. You got Robert Kennedy that's going to end up overhauling the FDA if he gets a chance to be in there. And he's been talking about the mess that's inside of our food that needs to be changed. And when he like rates our food production versus other countries' food production and you know how our health is and all of that, like he has been a strong advocate of health of America. He also wants to have like, you know, like a lot of pharma companies, right? Can't say the whole name on a lot of platforms. Those companies are marketing, right, meds to people, right? So you got to think about the highest probability of a person demographic buying those, which is going to be people that are watching like black and white TV shows, right, from back in the day. So if you look at people who watch shows like that, like Dick Van Dyke and, you know what I'm saying, all them old Westerns and all of that, when the commercials play, it's a lot of times you're seeing a lot of pharma commercials. So Robert Kennedy and Donald Trump want to do away with that. They don't believe that you should be marketing pharma commercials towards like elderly people. You see what I'm saying? Or that should be going on in America at all. If we're supposed to be promoting, you know, people to get healthy, the last thing you want is a pharma company to be predatory on people who may be thinking about their mortality because they're getting older. You know what I mean? Because the older you get, the more time you have behind you than in front of you, right? Right? Because you've lived already. So like when you get to your 50, you know, like your 60s or 70s, you lived way more time that's behind you than what you're probably going to end up living in front of you, right? So people get like, you know, worried about their mortality and figure that these little, you know, pharma commercials of what they want to have them take, you know, is going to help extend, you know, their lives. So people, they become, you know, desperate. And they ask their doctors for more and more. And a lot of times doctors just go ahead and do what? They give them what they want. They give them more pills. They give them, you know, and they want to put a stop to that. They feel like that's a problem. I feel like that's a problem, right? So why is Kamala Harris coming out against that? Saying that, oh, well, Robert Kennedy is wacky and he's got like, he believes in junk science and, you know, we wouldn't want to have him in control of the FDA. Of course you don't. Who's your donors? You're like, Kamala Harris, to me, in my personal opinion, is business as usual, right? She gets on stage, she says the same word salad, you know what I'm saying? And she says a lot of the same sound bites. The problem with saying a lot of the same sound bites is we already know, okay, you prosecuted transnational criminal organizations. Okay. We already know you grew up in a middle-class neighborhood. Okay. What else? Are they talking about overhauling the FDA or making sure the food supply is good so you don't keep getting sick? Robert Kennedy understands you're 1 or 2 medical emergencies away from being broke or having to file bankruptcy. You ever been to the hospital? Like how expensive it is? You go in there, you actually need help. You come out with like a 10, 20, 30, 45, $50,000 bill. Then you got to argue with insurance companies and you still got a $2,000, $1,500 deductible if you got insurance. And you like, yo, how can they just charge me all of this? You asking for an itemized statement. They putting stuff on there that they never did. So they want people to be healthier and not need to go there. You know what I mean? Sometimes things happen, accidents, whatever. Sometimes you may have to go there. But if they're going to put Robert Kennedy in control of the FDA, I'm with it. This is a Kennedy, dog, which they had a lot of respect for until he started to go to these censorship hearings. And until he had something to say about how they fact-checked Donald Trump at the CBS debate. They had no problem with him until he started coming out and said that's not fair. That's not how a debate is supposed to take place. You're supposed to fact check both parties. Shout out to Sean Mayberry with the $5 donation. He said Tulsi already dunked on Kamala in the debate back in 2019. Yes, she did. She kind of went off on her. Shout out to her.
So President Trump speaking this truth is not a threat to anyone. It's the truth that voters need to know before this election is over. Listen to Trump say it in his own words and make your mind up for yourself.
But the reason she couldn't stand me is that
She always wanted to go to war with people. I don't want to go to war. She wanted to stay in Syria. I took them out. She wanted to stay in Iraq. I took them out. I mean, if it were up to her, we'd be in 50 different countries.
Senator Harris.
She's a radical war hawk. Let's put her with a rifle standing there with 9 barrels shooting at her, okay? Let's see how she feels about it. You know, when the guns are trained on her face. You know, they're all war hawks when they're sitting in Washington in a nice building saying, oh, gee, let's send 10,000 troops right into the mouth of the enemy. But she's a stupid person. And I'd have meetings with a lot of people, and she always wanted to go to war with people.
Isn't that interesting? Donald Trump is saying that about Liz Cheney. And remember the Democratic Party, they always thought that they were a party of war, right? And that's what they wanted. And now Kamala Harris wants to partner with Liz Cheney. Are you serious? But they want to take that soundbite out of context with Donald Trump. And thank you, Tulsi Gabbard, for playing that full context. But let's hear Tulsi Gabbard going in on Kamala Harris. Let's listen to this.
You have also been quite critical of Vice President Biden's policies on race, specifically on the issue of busing in the 1970s, having benefited from busing when you were a young child. Vice President Biden says that your current position on busing, you're opposed to federally mandated busing, that position is the same as his position. Is he right?
She's opposed to federally mandating busing. That position is close to his position, but she's opposed to it. Is that what he's saying?
That is simply false. And let's be very clear about this. When Vice President Biden was in the United States Senate working with segregationists to oppose busing, which was the vehicle by which we would integrate America's public schools, had I been in the United States Senate at that time, I would have been completely on the other side of the aisle. And let's be clear about this. Had those segregationists their way, I would not be a member of the United States Senate, Cory Booker would not be a member of the United States Senate, and Barack Obama would not have been in a position to nominate him to the title he now holds. And so on that issue, we could not be more apart, which is that the Vice President has still failed to acknowledge that it was wrong to take the position that he took at that time. Now, I would like to also talk about this conversation about Eric Garner, because I, too, met with his mother. And one of the things that
somebody said, ask Judge Joe Brown. Oh, he's been going in. He's been going in.
We've got to be clear about is that this president of the United States, Donald Trump, while he has been in office, has quietly been allowing the United States Department of Justice to shut down consent decrees, to stop pattern and practice investigations. On that case, we also know that the Civil Rights Division, this is important, the Civil Rights Division of the United States Department of Justice said charges should have been filed, but this United States Department of Justice usurped, and I believe it is because that president did not want those charges to go forward, and they overrode a decision by the Civil Rights Division of the United States Department of
First comment says, you heard it right. She's proud of jailing potentially innocent people. Yo, the comment section be getting people, bro. Somebody said, who's here for Joe Biden dropout? She doesn't deny one of Tulsi's points, and she doesn't give any policy she's put out for criminal justice reform. Tulsi completely destroyed her. So we're about to get to Tulsi Gabbard, like talking about her. Let's go ahead.
Thank you, Senator. I did the work as Attorney General of putting body cameras on special agents in the state of California, and I'm proud of that work.
I want to bring in Congresswoman Gabbard. Congresswoman Gabbard, you took issue with Senator Harris confronting Vice President Biden at the last debate. You called it a, quote, false accusation that Joe Biden is a racist. What's your response?
I want to bring the conversation back to the broken criminal justice system that is disproportionately negatively impacting Black and brown people all across this country today. Now, Senator Harris says she's proud of her record as a prosecutor and that she'll be a prosecutor president, but I'm deeply concerned about this record. There are too many examples to cite, but she put over 1,500 people in jail for marijuana violations and then laughed about it when she was asked if she ever smoked marijuana. She blocked evidence.
That's a fact. That is a fact.
She that
Y'all want to see the interview of her doing that? It's a fact.
would have freed an innocent man from death row until the courts forced her to do so. She kept people in prison.
She would have let this dude get executed. She would have let this dude get executed. Listen to what Tulsi Gabbard is saying.
And then laughed about it when she was asked if she ever smoked marijuana. She blocked evidence. She blocked evidence that would have freed an innocent man from death row until the courts forced her to do so. She kept people in prison beyond their sentences to use them as cheap labor for the state of California. And she fought to keep cash bail system in place that impacts poor people in the worst kind of way.
Thank you, Congresswoman. Senator.
What do y'all think about that? Very interesting. I want to hear what she got to say about that.
Harris, your response.
As the elected Attorney General of California, I did the work of significantly reforming the criminal justice system of a state of 40 million people, which became a national model for the work that needs to be done. And I am proud of that work. And I am proud of making a decision to not just give fancy speeches or be in a legislative body and give speeches on the floor, but actually doing the work of being in the position to use the power that I had to reform a system that is badly in need of reform. That is why we created initiatives that were about reentering former offenders and getting them counseling. It is why, and because I know that criminal justice system is so broken, that
So what are you going to say about jailing like innocent people? What did that any of that have to do with you preventing a guy that was, luckily they ended up looking at his death row case that was innocent, and you were going to allow them to get rid of him? Like, what does that have to do with that? What does that have to do with you prosecuting parents that have sick children in the hospital? Like, this is the lady, right? This is who Cardi B wants.
I am an advocate for what we need to do to not only decriminalize, but legalize marijuana in the United States.
I want to bring Congresswoman Gabbard back in. Your response,
The bottom line is, Senator Harris, when you are in a position to make a difference and an impact in these people's lives, you did not. And worse yet, in the case of those who were on death row.
Hey, somebody said this, and this video is probably going to get a lot of views, so that's why I kind of try not to talk to trolls. But somebody said, "Oh, well, I appreciate you. I think it's good that you moved in a new direction, but you're being one-sided." What did I say? I said I'm Republican. Did I say I'm Democrat? No. I've never said that. What do you want me to do? Like, tell you why Kamala Harris should win, even though we're seeing all of these different things play out? I was fair. I said some things about her in a different live. I was just like, yo, all she needs to do is stop blaming Trump for everything, and she needs to put forward policies. We went in different lives and we looked over her policies on her website that she doesn't even talk about what she wants to do. I've done that. Don't say I haven't. We looked at his policies, Donald Trump, and we weighed them together, and Trump's policies were better. And then she comes out, she's lying about his policies, saying he's going to get rid of overtime pay. He never said that. She's been plagiarizing Donald Trump speeches. He came out and said that he was going to do no taxes on overtime. He came out and said no taxes on tips. She plagiarized him after he said it. He said he's going to start doing things for... Shout out to Deontay Kennedy, who is a member on the channel. I see you. I appreciate every, you know what I'm saying, all the contributions to the channel. He says, shout out to Piper Boy. Shout out to you, bro. But we see what she's been doing. What you want me to do? Sit here and be like, she's a great candidate? I don't think she's presidential. They should have picked somebody else, not her. We didn't ask for her to be in this position. Did y'all vote for her to be president? Did we have a say? I don't think so. And then Malik Omar with the $9.99 said, "You are a godsend. Kamala Harris empathizes with illegal foreigners because her parents are foreigners. She is ushering in socialism. Kamala likes are delusional and really believe she is the answer." And then you see, shout out to like that comment, y'all. I'm about to like that comment, bro. Shout out to you, Malik, for that donation. You are helping to sponsor the channel. When we watched her on Univision, she sat up there and she pandered to a lady that said, what are you going to do about giving people health care they deserve that are living in the shadows? Do you know what living in the shadows means? It means that they're not here legally. Instead of her saying you guys should come here legally, if you're not here legally, maybe you want to go back to your country and get the health care that you feel like you deserve from your country until you come here legally. Instead of her saying that, she placated the lady. And how dare that lady stand in front of a vice presidential candidate, vice president and presidential candidate, and press her like that when her family was here illegally. And she said, oh, well, you know, both of my mother and father came here illegally. I worked to make sure that my father got his legal status, right? Shout out to her for making sure her father got her legal status. But her mom passed away before her mom can get her legal status. And unfortunately, you know what I mean, we don't want anybody to pass away or nothing like that. You know, they should have took her back to Mexico to where she could have got the health care that she deserved. But she said she was unable to get health care. Shout out to Sean Mayberry. Welcome to the squad. But, you know, so she said, you know, what are you going to do about making sure people who are living in the shadows get the health care that they deserve? Pressing a presidential candidate. And she sat there, Kamala Harris, and placated that lady instead of telling her what it is or what's up. See, what the Democrats are running off of is like, oh, well, and this is what she's not telling you. They're thinking, oh, there's no real problem at the border. That's just made up. About 5,000 people a month coming in or whatever. That's not a big deal. The problem is asylum seeking, and we need to write new legislation to make sure asylum seeking is fixed and corrected. The problem with undoing the border policies that Trump put in place, well, I think they think it's a good thing because now we're in low key like almost a state of emergency, right? Everybody coming in, right? Low key a state of emergency. I would think that's a state of emergency. So you think you can put pressure on the government? Okay, we need to do a bipartisan bill to push through legislation to stop this. The problem that they're not telling you is when they're giving Congress and all of these people like their legislation, it's books this thick, right? That's going to have a lot of lines in there for people that may have donated to their campaigns. And you think people are donating hundreds and millions of dollars for free? They want something in return. And so they want to undo things to try to shore up the border, create a problem, pressure the American people to pressure the government officials to fix the problem so that they can push legislation and give their friends something. When it was already low key, I can't say fixed, but we were in a way better position border-wise than when these people took office. And to give the Democrats some credit, right? When Obama was president, he was kicking people out of America left and right that weren't here legally. Come here legally, bring all your sick, your wounded, whatever, bring them here legally. But they said, hey, Obama was kicking people out like crazy. Wasn't no problem when he was doing it. But so why is there a problem now? Why are y'all opening up the borders? And what people are finding out, and they talked about this on the Joe Rogan podcast, right? People were unable to find it for a while, and until eventually everybody talked about it, and now you can find the podcast. Joe Rogan was saying he's finding out that they're busing and shipping people to swing states. A lot of these states, you know, they don't want to do voter ID. They feel like, oh, asking people for their ID to vote is racist. That's separatism. No, that's making sure you are an American and that you can vote. That's what that is. You got to show your ID if you go downtown and try to get welfare services. You got to show your ID when you get a driver's license. You got to show your ID if you want a copy of your birth certificate. You got to show your ID, all of these different things to get a job, to, you know what I'm saying, to cash a check, all of that. You got to show your ID, but you ain't got to show your ID to vote. Does that make any sense? So yeah, you got Elon Musk coming out of the woodworks, going full throttle on trying to make sure Trump can become president. Right? Because he came to America thinking like, yo, this was the home of the brave, land of the free. His businesses are in America. Starlink is in America. You got Tesla is in America. California and Texas, they're producing Tesla cars. He would have produced the Cybertruck and the Model Y with the new battery cell in California. But hey, too many taxes, too many red tape. So he went to Texas with that. But his companies are still in America. You don't think he can outsource the Tesla vehicle and make it in Mexico or make it in a different country? He can. But he decided to make it here. And all the American haters that don't like Tesla don't even realize that is the most American-made car you can buy right now. One of the safest cars on the road is a Tesla. He's not even from here. He could have had it made anywhere, but he decided to do it in America. He thought like America, had free speech until he found out what it was. People getting signed. Did you see the Twitter files? They're finding out that the government, I would say allegedly, are paying millions of dollars to Twitter to make sure Republican Party members are silenced, suspended, posts pulled down. Oh, did you see the Twitter files? They're very, very interesting. Right? So he goes ahead, he gets tired of all of this because he sees it. CNN, left-wing media, Washington Post, left-wing media, like MSNBC, left-wing media, CBS, left-wing media, The View, left-wing. Everything is left-wing, right? Twitter, left-wing, Facebook, left-wing, Instagram, left-wing. You say something in favor of the Republican Party, you get a lot of censorship or annotations under your post gets removed, you get threatened, you get bullied with a strike. Like all that. He said, I'm going to buy Twitter. We're going to have an open forum now. I'm going to end up unlocking the accounts that were unfairly suspended and unfairly blocked. That's what he did. He unlocked Donald Trump's account. You don't think they got mad when he did that? You know what they started saying? Oh, well, GM is the leader of electrification in America. I thought it was Tesla. I thought all of these companies, even GM, are trying to use the Tesla supercharging stations because they can't make them like that. And he's like opening up his patents and opening up his technology so other countries can, like Mercedes-Benz, can be able to use his technology to continue to make electric cars because they don't have the engineers that can do it. But you mean to tell me GM as the leader of electrification? Name one GM car you see on the road now that is electric, that you actually see. I see a whole lot of Teslas on the road. So they start trying to play them. They didn't want to invite them to electric conventions. They wanted to continue to give everybody around Elon Musk credit but Elon Musk. He like, all right, I see what it is. I'm voting for Trump now. Now they got a problem with him. And then we see Kamala Harris coming out and she's saying Twitter needs to be taken down because he's not playing by the rules and the information needs to be filtered through the government. You didn't hear that? We reacted to her saying it. We reacted to Hillary Clinton saying it. We reacted to a lot of people saying it. Thug Life. John Kerry. They got a problem with social media now. You think this lady that's sitting right here is going to be advocating for you to have free speech? I doubt it. They already, I'm going to get to that super chat in 1 second, Omar. They already are forcing the sale of TikTok. What was TikTok doing? Waking people up, bringing people together, and people were starting to talk. A lot of views. That's a lot of traction that they can't control. You know what they did? They introduced legislation to force the sale of TikTok. You don't think Facebook and all of these social media companies are paying attention to what they're doing? So yeah, they're going to be a little bit more critical if you're critical on the left because they don't want them coming after them. And this is what she's willing to do. How many times we got to react to the videos her saying? Joe Rogan reacted to the video of her saying that. Why you think she don't want to go on the Joe Rogan podcast? Because it's a 3-hour-long interview. That's probably part of it. But she says she'll do the Joe Rogan podcast if it's a 1-hour interview. But her people got to be in the room with him when he's doing it. He don't want that. He said they got to come out to where I'm at if you want to do this interview. You go get like 20, 30 million views on this video. Why I got to come to you? So she went ahead and she did a nice interview with Shannon Sharp. Shannon Sharp not about to ask her about her censorship, what she wants to do. He sat up there and asked her what she gonna eat for breakfast. Thug Thug Life. He did. Hit the like button. Subscribe to the channel. Thug Life. That's what he asked her. You think she gonna face hard questions talking to him? No. She did a nice, polite sit-down interview with Al Sharpton. But if she really about that, if she was really a leader, she wouldn't need all these people to be helping her. Donald Trump don't have a problem going in front of people that don't like him and sitting down doing it. And he'll tell them to your face, you're fake news. Your question is disgusting. I don't like your question, but I'm going to answer it, and this is what it is. She can't do that. Imagine her sitting in front of a warlord. And they already don't respect women. And she's trying to tell them what to do in Iran. You think they ain't listening to her now. They've got they're selling, you know what I mean, oil by, you know what I mean, the extra thousands of barrels. They got over $100 billion more dollars in excess capital to spend on whatever they want. That wasn't going down with Trump. But you think they're going to listen to her? I'm just saying, do you think so? I think they'd rather listen to Gabby over her, but if they don't even like women. So you want her to be the leader of the free world? There's 2 wars going on right now in front of your face, dog. Do you see what's happening in Ukraine? They just gave them $60 billion. They keep giving them money. Why? Because they don't respect the Democratic Party, and Vladimir Putin think he can do whatever he want to do. You think if Trump was in office, he would be playing like that? I doubt it. They know he means business. That's why Vladimir Putin was in check. That is why Vladimir Putin is going around saying that Kamala Harris should win the presidency, because he could just do whatever he wants at that point. Do you think they respected Joe Biden? I doubt it. He can't even walk up Air Force One, and this is not making fun of him. I'm just saying, when they look at a country, they want to look for strength. They don't see it right now. America is against men right now. Thug life. It is what it is. It's an attack on men. You think Russia is really worried about us? Nah, we going in, we getting our land back from the Ukrainians. That's what we doing. Y'all don't like it, oh well. You got to start thinking out here. This ain't about her just being a woman and you want to get her in just because she's a woman. What policies is she going to implement to help your life? How is she going to end up making the world a safer place? They can't stop the wars that are going on in front of your face. That's a problem. This ain't me bullying or nothing. I'm telling you what it is. So they want another 4 years to try to fix things that they couldn't fix in 4 years of them being in office right now. Shout out to Malik Omar with the $9.99. He said, let's keep President Trump in our prayers. They tried to unalive him, and they have a vicious smear campaign against him. He is the answer. Like him or dislike him, Obama was for deportation. And now they're not for it. Because they tired of pandering to me and you. They tired of pandering to everybody else. They want illegals, I'm going to say alleged. They want illegals in here so that they can vote. So you already know people don't really want to, I'm going to tell you like it is. People don't want to have kids no more. It's expensive. That's why she's thinking about giving like $6,000 to the first time having a kid for the first year. It's expensive in America to live here. I went to Europe. I came back. I got sticker shock. I thought they said it was more expensive there. It's high here. You're being taxed on everything. Not only that, the tipping culture in America, because they don't pay enough for these people. People don't want to have kids. So with the price of everything going up, right? Housing going up, the price of goods, the groceries going up. You think the people that are like watching your kids gonna still want the same amount of money as they did 3 years ago? Your barber shops and your beauty salons are going up in prices. You don't think they gonna go up in prices? And then somebody said, hold on. Yeah, but it's crazy. It's too expensive. People can't afford to have kids here. So she want to do a $6,000 tax credit to convince you to have a kid. But then what's going to happen like every year after that? So illegal immigrants that, you know what I mean, they have a lot of kids and babies and, you know what I mean, they different culture. Well, you know, we might as well get them over here because they're going to vote by the boatloads. You see what I'm saying? And then we ain't really got to pander to them much. They just know we let them in here. So you and me, the white people, the Chinese, they don't care about that. They care about the people crossing the border. So when she's asked by Anderson Cooper, what are you going to do about the wall? She said, comprehensive policy. He's like, are you going to build the wall back? She ain't want to say it.
Innocent people, you actually blocked evidence from being revealed that would have freed them until you were forced to do so. There is no excuse for that. And the people who suffered under your reign as prosecutor, you owe them an apology.
Senator Harris.
And just because she shakes her head, like, Gabby is telling the truth. I mean, Gabbard, she's telling the truth. You tried to block a DNA test? Why? Because you don't want the prosecution to be wrong? I thought we searching for justice here. They're about to take this dude's life, and you trying to stop them from being able to find out if he did it or not? When you're in the justice system, you are a number. You're not a human being to some of these people. Some people don't look at it like this. They become lawyers and stuff to help people, help the community. Not all lawyers are the same. She's advantageous. She's trying to look for she's got political motive to what she does. Look at it. She's running for president. So was she really in the DA's office trying to figure out whether or not, like, you know, people really need to be prosecuted? Was she doing that?
My entire career, I have been personally opposed to the death penalty, and that has never changed. And I dare anybody who is in a position to make that decision, to face the people I have faced, to say, I will not seek the death penalty. That is my background. That is my work. I am proud of it. I think you can judge people by when they are under fire, and it's not about some fancy opinion on a stage, but when they're in the position to actually make a decision, what do they do?
But did your office stop him or try to stop him from getting a DNA test?
When I was in the position of having to decide whether or not to seek a death penalty on cases I prosecuted, I made a very difficult decision that was not popular to not seek the death penalty. History shows that, and I am proud of those decisions.
Senator Harris, thank you very much. Senator Bennett, a question for you. Why are you the best candidate to heal the racial divide that exists in this country today, which has been stoked by the president's racist rhetoric?
Yeah, first of all, the president's racist rhetoric should be enough grounds for everybody in this country to vote him out of office. That one thing alone should be enough.
Tulsi Gabbard smoked her.
First, before we go to Tulsi, here is a clip from a 2019 Democratic presidential.
Yeah, exactly. In the comment section, Eve says, so she is lying. Yes.
Debate that went viral and may have helped end.
The problem about like perception is different for everybody. Everybody can perceive things different, right, Eve? So it's like she could get up there and just be in a nice, expensive suit with pearls and just smile and do this. But all the while, her office is trying to stop people from DNA tests. You know what I'm saying? That can prove, like, if they bought that, yeah, you might not have specifically, that was your office. But you may not actually have, you know what I mean, while you were in office, like, sought after the death penalty. But your office tried to stop dude from having, you know, the ability to be able to prove his innocence. What if he would have went in front of an appellate court or the United States Supreme Court, which almost always denies like people's requests, right? What if that would have been the end all and be all? What if somebody didn't step in and stop that? he would have been off this. Or can you imagine? I'm gonna get to that super chat in a minute, Big Money. Can you imagine like sitting there and like people don't realize this because we're so far removed, we don't live that life, right? You free, I'm free, we all free, right? Can you imagine sitting in a cell for 10 years and something that you did not do? And you don't have the freedom to just go live on YouTube and go live on Facebook or go live on Spaces on Twitter and just tell your story over and over again because you're being monitored. They're telling you when to use the bathroom. They're telling you when to go to sleep. They're telling you what to eat. They're telling you when you can have visitors, if you can have visitors. They're doing all that to you, right? And you're super locked down and they about to take your life from you. And you didn't do it. And you're counting on justice to help you. And you find out that the prosecutor is trying to say that you don't need a DNA test. Sometimes you got to put yourself in other people's position. Just because he on death row doesn't mean he did it. And she was about to let that dude leave this world. And she'll be sitting up smiling on campaign trails. Vote for me for the Senate. And you in a box. That's the type of woman that is. So a smile is perception. A smile can, you know what I mean? Some people look at it like, nah, I see through this. Some people look at it like, no, like, man, like I really believed her. I thought she, you know what I mean? It's just, it's perception, it's reality to people. And then Big Money with the $4.99, he said to the men in the chat, how the F are y'all comfortable with the woman being a leader of your country in a war? Look, I'm going to say this. If Candace Owens was running against Kamala Harris, I would pick Candace Owens. Thug life, I would. If Tulsi Gabbard was running against Kamala Harris, I would pick Tulsi Gabbard. I would. You know what I'm saying? Like if it was between them two, like that's what I would pick. Right? But we got multiple wars. So with Big Money, I don't think he's being misogynistic when he says this, right? He's just saying that it's a war going on. Vladimir Putin is a war god. He is. He's a warlord. You think he gonna listen to her? Like, let's keep it real. You think he gonna listen to? You think Nothing Hayu's gonna listen to her? They ain't listening to her now. So 4 more years of nobody listening to her. And then the conflict can spill out of control to the point they got to send our American people over there. They're trying to fight a proxy war. It's what they're doing by giving them money so we don't have to go over there. But if it gets too bad, we might have to go over there. They're already sending people overseas now. They're not talking about it. Remember when Kamala Harris said, we haven't sent nobody overseas? And then the guys that were overseas in the military did the video saying, then where are we at? You don't remember that? This is a war. They are all sitting on campaign trails and nice like buses. They're sitting in White Houses and big mansions and all of that. Like what Donald Trump is saying, you know, like Liz Cheney, this lady is a war hawk. Every time when I was doing meetings, she always wanted to go to war. Donald Trump said that to your face, dog. He's like, how would she like it if she was over there and they got him pointed at her? She wouldn't like that at all. She would think about, you know what I mean? Like what people have to deal with when they go out there. Why is she always her father and why are they always so quick to do that? They ain't got to be out there with the common folk fighting for the country or fighting for other people's country because they said so. And what you gonna do? You get them orders, you got to go. You just got to pray you don't come back with a flag on the box. What you think they're going to do? They're going to stop the government for you? Like if that happens, you go over there for something that you shouldn't have been over there for anyway. You think they really care about your family? You really think they care? And you get an Arlington burial if you're lucky. It's kind of filled up over there. I doubt if you can. They don't care. They sit in recliners and cigars and they run the world off speakerphone. Like, so yeah, I'm with Trump on that. Like, nah, you don't know what it is. And Liz Cheney, that's who a spokesperson for y'all. Like, I'm questioning this lady's judgment. This is not like, you know what I'm saying? This is just me and me. I am questioning this lady's judgment. You got Joe Biden as the president of the United States. You want to ask for Donald Trump's medical records? How come you didn't ask for Joe Biden's records? Nothing in your mind made you think, I need to ask for Joe Biden's medical records. Because he can't walk up Air Force One. He's falling. He can't, like, you know what I mean, get through a debate. He can't. You didn't think to ask that? Donald Trump could do a 3-hour-long interview, three rallies this day and 4 rallies this day and doing like more podcasts, doing interviews, doing ads. You know what I'm saying? As soon as y'all say something, he got the, you know what I mean, the garbage truck going in on y'all, then walking and doing, you know what I'm saying? Here, if anybody needs help, I don't think it's Donald Trump. I think it's you. Because you can't say what the people want to hear for people to rally around you. You got to have celebrities rallying around you. That is and me as a voter, it's making me wonder and making me think, why can't she do all of this on her own?
Kamala Harris's 2020 campaign. Roll it.
Now, Senator Harris says she's proud of her record as a prosecutor and that she'll be a prosecutor president, but I'm deeply concerned about this record. She put over 1,500 people in jail for marijuana violations and then laughed about it when she was asked if she ever...
True Americans saying some are just crazy and won't listen to anything, but most know it's not a joke. Shout out to you.
...smoked marijuana. She blocked evidence that would have freed an innocent man from death row. She kept people in prison beyond their sentences to use them as cheap labor for the state of California. The bottom line is, Senator Harris, when you were in a position to make a difference and an impact in these people's lives, you did not.
Well, of course, that was former Democrat Congresswoman and DNC Vice Chair Tulsi Gabbard, and she joins me now. Great to see you. Should I call you Colonel Tulsi? What would you prefer?
Tulsi's great.
Tulsi's
Thanks.
Great. Well, since you have now, you and RFK are now part of the Trump campaign. Explain why. Why did you go with Trump?
David, the choice in this election is very clear, and the differences between President Trump.
True American, as a subscriber said, why would a soldiers unalive for that? Yeah.
And Vice President Harris.
And then I once said I voted red down the line to help save America. Natalia said he's white. Ben McCurlin said James is a goose. Stormy Shadow said vote Kamala if you are a beta. Natalia said the race hate is what we want, what they want. Yeah,
couldn't be more stark.
But you see like how the comments get, like, it's just when you're black, bro, and you're not blue, that's what they do.
Frankly, to put it simply, the choice for the American people is a choice with Donald Trump, a man who values.
Shout out to Big Money with the $1.99 donation, said Biden wanted to keep school segregated. And bro, you know what's crazy? Big Money, Biden said he didn't want his son to go to a jungle school. Then he goes on the Breakfast Club and he says, if you don't vote for me, you ain't black. Then he speaks at a KK, I can't say the last one, member's funeral and does a eulogy. And then he's an advocate for the crime bill. But then Donald Trump actually signs a First Step Act to get those people out of jail. But he's the, you know what I'm saying? It's like the logic doesn't make sense to me. And then Jay Burns with the $2 donation said, house in word, here's $2. Shout out to you, bro, for the money. Chef One said, bro, when I found out she wanted to use taxpayers' dollars to fund trans S changes for prisoners who don't have the right to vote being incarcerated, I was done.
Peace, prosperity, and freedom.
Man.
He has a record that proves that. And Vice President Kamala Harris, whose record shows an increasingly tyrannical government.
And if y'all can join the membership too, that'll give you priority, like when you you make comments and stuff like that.
Undermining our freedoms. We are embroiled in multiple wars around the world and closer to the brink of nuclear war than ever before, and increasing.
And I don't think, like, when she says that, like, wasn't she like a colonel or something? But when she says that, like, we're on the brink of like nuclear war, I don't think that it's being used. I mean, it is technically like a scare tactic, like, yo, we're getting closer to it. I mean, I think we are. You got Iran with hundreds of billions of dollars in extra liquidity, right? That's them. And then you got Russia out of control. You don't think she's right about this? I think she's right.
Economic hardship for Americans throughout these last 3.5 years that she has served as Vice President of the United States. The contrast couldn't be more clear. This is personal for me, this endorsement of President Trump, because as a soldier now for over 21 years, I've deployed to multiple war zones in different parts of the world, put my life on the line for the safety, security, and freedom of the American people. So it's important to me and to every one of my brothers and sisters in uniform that we have a commander-in-chief who values every one of our lives, who carries that responsibility as commander-in-chief very seriously, and will therefore exhaust all diplomatic avenues before seeing war truly as a last resort. And the last point that I'll make on this, that is another point of contrast, is President Trump showed through his last administration, not only did he not start any new wars, he took action to prevent them by courageously meeting with adversaries, allies, partners, dictators. He would meet with whoever he needed to pursue peace. Kamala Harris.
Man, she is beautiful. Big Money with the $4.99. He said the Republican Party was started because the Democratic Party wanted to keep slavery going. For all the uninformed goofies in the chat. No, hey, Big Money, you're absolutely right. They forgot that the party switched. They don't even know that. They don't even know that it was the Republican Party that actually like wanted to advocate for their freedom. And that the Southern states were like, you know, in favor of the Democrats because they did not want them free. Like, they don't even know that. And then the parties like switched, but they didn't switch like with their, like how they think they're switched. They just became more, they started understanding like, yo, we actually need less government. Like, government is dangerous, bro. It's not, I shouldn't say dangerous, but it's not like for you. Like, they will make laws and create laws against you. You need like smaller government at times. And then D Limo with the $5 donation, he said, have a beer and have a deep breath. It's gonna be a S-word show. Yo, I think so.
Criticized Donald Trump for doing exactly that, which shows that if she's elected president, she will not do what is necessary.
Caleb said Tulsi is a babe. She is beautiful. She's like Samoan or something. I like that gray accent to her hair. She's beautiful.
Pursuit of peace. And I am certain that she will lead us very quickly into a war to mask the weakness and insecurity that she feels and try to project strength using the lives of my brothers and sisters in uniform to do so.
And it's not like Donald Trump just sat on his hands when we were challenged abroad. I mean, ISIS is a perfect example of that. ISIS was supposedly an intractable problem during the Obama years, and he managed to wrap the things up pretty clearly, wrap it up in Syria and Iraq, where they were doing most of their horrible, horrible work in a matter of months. And he did it with very targeted, and he wasn't afraid to take on the Russians, by the way. He killed about 200 Russian troops, mercenary troops, who were in Syria during the course of that effort.
You know, that's an interesting contrast that you point out there between Donald Trump, who recognized the threat of Islamist terrorism and acted decisively to defeat ISIS. And you contrast that to what we saw during the Obama administration. And quite frankly,
a subscriber, Jones Charlie, said it's the Democrat Diddy party now. Yo, but I mean, shouldn't they like say something about like, no, like we're not trying to blackmail any of these, like any Diddy's friends. They're just coming up here because they want to, like, shouldn't they say something about that? Come on, you got Jennifer Lopez up there, Beyonce up there, you got Cardi B that's FaceTime with Diddy. You know what I'm saying? You got Usher up there with, you know what I'm saying, mad times around Diddy at his house, going live and all of that. So you got all these people. Y'all didn't think to like make a statement like this has nothing to do with Diddy.
even with Kamala Harris, they won't even use the words radical Islamist terrorist because they're so afraid of being called Islamophobes. And under the Obama...
A Theory 23 said Piper Boy's got a thing with women being in charge. Yes! Thug life. It is what it is. I love smart women. Like, I love smart women, bro.
Administration.
Like, it's the unknown, man. It's like you come home from work, you can have a conversation. She can tell you about all of these different things that happen in politics, in the military, like all of this, bro. Like, she's smart, man.
They refuse to go after Al-Qaeda.
And then Natalia says she is impressive, and they do not like it because she doesn't play their game of politics. Exactly.
They refuse to go after Al-Qaeda in Syria specifically. So you look at the contrast of these presidents, you look at Kamala Harris, who will not use those words and cannot be trusted to keep the American people safe from this continued and very real threat of radical Islamist terrorism, both militarily and ideologically.
Yeah. Shout out to Tulsi Gabbard. So I want to bring y'all attention to this. So LeBron James, which I seen Candace Owens kind of going at him on her channel. So he ended up kind of trying to substantiate why he's voting for Kamala Harris. It says, developing LeBron James has finally elaborated on his endorsement of Kamala Harris for president, claiming it's for women's rights. LeBron, I have a daughter, a wife, and a mother. What Kamala Harris believes when it comes to women's rights in the future, I feel that endorsing her is only right. Like, what? This dude is such a simp for her.
Be a good day. Everything was kind of silent, and I wanted to make sure that it's seen, heard, and heard with force. So, having a daughter, having a wife, having a mother, and things of that nature.
And again, we are on a drive to get 100,000 subscribers on the channel. So if y'all can subscribe to the channel, you know what I'm saying? This is history for me. You know, y'all got to understand, like, I went from 67,000 subscribers like a month ago, and now, you know, we up 27,973 subscribers. I appreciate each and every one of y'all. We got 99,550 subscribers. A lot of people have been very supportive. You know what I'm saying? In the DMs, I've been talking to people in the comment sections. After the video finishes processing, I've been talking to people. So I want to say I appreciate all y'all for subscribing. So we got like less than 500 more until we reach the goal of 100,000 subscribers. Shout out to everybody. I rock with all y'all. But let's listen to LeBron James and what he got to say.
Heard with force. So, having a daughter, having a wife, having a mother, and things of that nature, what she believes in when it comes to women's rights. When it comes to the future, with my kids and where I see our country should be, I feel like that endorsement is only right. It is.
He don't even know what he's saying, bro.
Come on, you guys know me. I'm damn sure won't go the other way.
He literally has no reasoning for it. She's a Democrat. Just say it. Y'all, we believe in basketball play. Bro, he's a physical athlete. Why do we think his mind is like something we got to super take into consideration because he's a basketball player? That's ridiculous.
What is your experience in 2020 with More Than a Vote? Teach you about politics, show you about politics, show you about the impacts you can have in a very specific way?
Well, I mean, it all started with, the shut up and dribble, thing, obviously. And to be able to be in a position where you can have some influence, and you have a lot of people who, who want to be in a position to have influence as well, to be able to speak outside of their realm, for sports or if it was, the music or
Yo, is that baby oil? Oh my God, LeBron! What is that, y'all? Chat, help me out. Is that like powder? What is that?
Movies, whatever it is, whatever the industry is, to be able to have a platform where, I was able to gather, a lot of men and women to be able to speak out from that moment. And then, the More Than a Vote campaign, obviously, an initiative.
He don't even know why. He's just like, that's why. You don't want to go down with him. That's why. Let's keep it real, Bron. You ain't trying to go down with Diddy. You don't know what to say. Before we get into this, let's see what Candace Owens, I forgot, what she say about LeBron? She been going in on him.
To really
she
consider
got
this time.
1.2 million views going in. Let's see what she got to say.
There was an entire portion before he even gets on the ground where they're trying to peaceably arrest him. He asks to be put on the ground. He says he's claustrophobic. What's likely happening, of course, is that he ingested, as we know, the toxicology reports came out. He had enough fentanyl in him to kill a horse. It's just a fact. He also had methamphetamine in him. It's unfortunate.
Well, she's talking about his stance on the Black Lives Matter movement. All right, let's see.
Made a commitment to do an event, and I'm just like, oh, why did I say I would do this? Then I'm on stage, now I've got to deal with these like kids in the audience asking me about transgenderism. I'm like, literally, I'm too pregnant for this, and I say it in my head, but then actually I say it out loud. I didn't mean to say it out loud because I meant to say it in my head, but I feel her.
Hey, somebody in the comment section, before we get started, respect VA. He said Candace is a baddie, bro. Last time I said that, my girl, she's still mad at me, bro. I can't say that no more.
Like, it's an obligation. She is doing an obligation. You can feel it.
But I'm not going to say you lying. I'm not going to say that.
And right now, they're all getting the call. They are all getting the call. And we now know who's on the list. You know, Leonardo DiCaprio, Beyonce, Jay-Z, and of course, LeBron James. LeBron James, he just absolutely kills me because he... Actually, when I think about it, he does keep the same energy. I was going to say he's a fraud, but he's really not a fraud. If you think about it, what LeBron James really likes is criminality, right? If there's one thing that he is going to do the absolute most about, it is like when any black criminal or drug addict gets caught doing anything, he is like the first to make sure that he miseducates the masses. Like, he's the king, by the way, of misinformation. Every time something happens, he never tells people the full picture. Obviously, we saw this. George Floyd, like, he was a banner for George Floyd and Black Lives Matter, never mentioned the fact that, and I'm not saying George Floyd deserved to die. That's not my perspective. But like, how can we talk about that case and not speak about the fact that he had enough fentanyl in him to kill a horse? That there was an entire portion before he even gets on the ground where they're trying to peaceably arrest him. He asks to be put on the ground. He says he's claustrophobic. What's likely happening, of course, is that he ingested, as we know, the toxicology reports came out. He had enough fentanyl in him to kill a horse. It's just a fact.
All right, so I disagree with her, right? I'm not saying that the toxicology reports are wrong, but there was no justification of that police officer having his knee on his neck like that for as long as he did. And then when the dude clearly was not on earth anymore, like passed, he still had his knee on his neck. So this is the problem that people are having with Candace Owens. You know what I'm saying? I'm not dissing you at all, Candace, you know what I mean? But this is the problem that people are having. Yes, and this is why, like, Eminem is calling you Clandis, right? You know, and people kind of go in on you, and Shannon Sharp kind of was saying, like, you just anti anything black. You can't, like, it's okay, like, if you want to pander to the right, like, that's fine. But when you go as far as to low-key make arguments for the justification on why, you know what I mean, the guy that was clearly unalived, you know what I mean? Like, and to say, oh, I don't care how much he of drugs, whatever he ingested, I don't care about that. Like, it's, yeah, they should have tased him, arrested him, and took him into custody, chained him up, took him into custody. But keeping your knee on somebody like that for that long, there is no justification for that. And that's part of the issue that I have for some, you know, some people that are like red, right? And they try to go extremely, like, to the point to where it is fascism, right? And I think that's the problem. Like, you know, the Hodge twins, shout out to them. They, like, when they talk about stuff like this, like, they, from what I've heard, you know, they've had, like, what's his name, like Marion or Marlon from, like, Fresh and Fit, and he's basically saying, like, the lady that was in the kitchen that got, like, hit by the police when she was just, like, going to turn off a pot of boiling water or whatever, like, saying that was justified. Like, no, it was not. like sometimes these cops are wrong. Sometimes they're right when we think they're wrong. And then there's other situations and circumstances that may be at play. But I don't care how much whatever he had in his system, he was clearly down. Everybody had their cameras, and that's what kind of, if people didn't have their cameras out, like, this would continue to happen, because the guy that actually got arrested for it, that's in jail, they found out that he was doing other things. You know what I mean? That the police department just didn't take seriously. All right. And when they don't take things seriously, They have cops unaliving people like this. So, you know, I agree with what a lot of what she says, but I feel like she kind of just like, she not getting it. You know what I mean? Maybe she just so far removed from black culture, period. Because I know she's against black culture. I don't like a lot of things with black culture. I don't like that we continue to, you know, advocate people to beat people up and, you know what I mean? And so for no reason and go to jail and do drugs. Like, I don't like all of that that's going on in black culture. You know what I mean? Like, it just sometimes you do want to listen to a Thug Life song. It is what it is every once in a while. Right. But, you know, there's reality and then there's like, you know what I'm saying? Like music and folklore and movies and all, you know, but I think it's just so far removed from the culture. You're just looking for any little thing to go against us. And that's the problem that people are having with you, Candace. And this is just me being real. So when you go on at Eminem and you saying things like that, and then he can say, Eminem say, well, she forgot what race she is. And you know, Candace, her name Candace, like when he's saying things like that, people gonna laugh and they gonna kind of like rock with him. Like, because she does advocate for blacks in different situations. But like, this is not something you want to like harp on trying to be in favor of the cops. You know what I mean? It's not like, because this is far right thinking right here.
He also had methamphetamine in him. It's unfortunate that George Floyd was a drug addict. Drugs impact a lot of people. But for LeBron James...
And then it's like, you know, she's got a big platform. She's got 2.87 million followers, right? So with you continuing to denigrate George Floyd and to, you know, take away from... We don't know who he was. Maybe he just got lit that night. Like, we don't know. You know what I mean? Like, but you going on your platform, well, this guy has a family. He's got a daughter, and we've seen his daughter, you know what I mean, on, you know, online or whatever. Like, you know, she's hurting over this, and she got to hear a person with this kind of following. You see what I'm saying? Like, Candace Owens, like, if you put out a tweet, you know, like 100,000 people liking it, 50,000 people liking it, 20,000 people retweet. That's insane, the amount of numbers you get. And they got to hear you like constantly bring up that. What does that have to do with the cops unaliving this guy? You see what I'm saying? Some people say, oh, well, he was already down. He was already down. That's my like only problem with her. You know what I mean? But other than that, she'd be like on point with stuff.
Just like become the banner for BLM and to keep black people angry consistently about these matters when it pertains to somebody who's not exactly living their life admirably. Like a trip down memory lane. Don't forget like the Ma'Khia Bryant tweet when he essentially, it looked like just outwardly threatened to come for a police officer. He tweeted this when...
and then D Limo said, not something she should spotlight, especially when somebody lost their life. You know, like if he would have been like, let's just say they got a little bit aggressive with him, right? And then he just got like, you know, then you could say, well, he was cooked. He was this dude lost his life. And I watched the whole video. Like, we all did, America. That's why it was so crazy. Because it was like, it got to a point. It's like, bro, the dude ain't even here no more. Get off of his... Like, what you doing? It ain't nothing you can say about this dude being... he was already cuffed. He was already down. It was like, he ain't have to do that. That's what I feel about that situation. I don't agree with like the whole Black Lives Matter and all that. I don't agree, but that's what I don't agree. But you don't have to like highlighting this dude not having the best life. You know what I'm saying? It don't like, okay, but the cop was wrong. Like, why can't people just say that cop was wrong? He was.
Ma'Khia Bryant got shot and killed out in Ohio. I think it was Columbus, Ohio. He wrote, "You're next," with a photo of the police officer, #accountability. And then people were outraged, like, what is happening right now? It's like a target for a police officer. So he took the tweet down and replaced it with this tweet. He wrote, "I'm so damn tired of seeing black people killed by police. I took the tweet down because it's being used to create more hate. This isn't about one officer. It's about the entire system. And they always use our words to create more racism. I am so desperate for more more accountability. You know, missing from this tweet is like the fact that Ma'Khia Bryant was in the process of stabbing someone. Yeah, she had a knife and was on top of another girl and was about to stab her, and the police officer shot her to save the other black person's life. You know, this is
See, it's something I can't argue with Candace on. You see what I'm saying?
LeBron James. Don't expect a full picture of anything. It's just like, if a black person is like, why can't we, as black people, stab people in peace? That's what I want to know. That's what LeBron James wants to know. He's just like, listen, yeah, okay, we maybe sometimes get on top of girls and try to stab them, but who's this white police officer trying to stop us? Who called this boss? I feel you, LeBron. I feel you. Like Breonna Taylor.
And then another thing that she may not be understanding, right? It's like where you grow up. Like, I don't know where. I think she grew up in like a part of New York, if I'm not mistaken. I think her family may be from. Let me see. Candace Owens grew up. Let's see where she grew up. Early life and education. Candace Owens was born in White Plains, New York, but grew up in Stamford, Connecticut. She was raised mostly by her grandmother. So, like, I grew up in Cleveland, Ohio, right? Every place is different. Every municipality is different, right? Like, LeBron is from, like, what, Akron, like, Cleveland? I mean, he used to live, like, around with my grandmother. You know, maybe that's why I'm, like, partial to him in some ways. But like around where we used to live at, like cops used to try to intimidate black people. They used to try to like bully black people. They did, Candace. You know, so he may be seeing different lens of the world than what you see the lens. Like you grew up around like nice things. You know what I mean? You currently super rich and all of that. You know what I mean? Like he's rich too, but he grew up like in the hood. You know, so I don't know. Like, I think it's just he sees things differently than her. And he's a male, she's a female, you know, so like cops, like even me, like a lot of times, like if I'm just like going out walking around, like cops slow down, like look at me like, what is he doing? You know, they be doing stuff like that. And she may not know, you know, or maybe she knows she's just trying to not think about it. You know, but they do. Like, I've been pulled over tons of times for doing nothing. And I'll ask him, like, why'd you pull me over? You got something in the car? It's like, why? Like, bro, you gonna tell me why you pulled me over? Just trying to get in my car. Like, so, or pulled me out the car. And luckily I ain't do nothing. But it's like, yeah, you know, she probably don't know that, you know, or have heard of, like, I know somebody that was getting beat up by police that didn't do anything, got scared and got in the car and was running from the police that was beating him up. And then he hit a light pole and he's no longer here. But he was running out of fear, not because he was a criminal. So like, I mean, cops do go like, get out of line. You know, not every police officer does, but there are some bad actors. So I don't think she, you know, like cops do be like doing too much. You know, and I don't think she really understands that. So that's why I think she just lobbies for one side, like more so than being neutral, like with that.
Taylor was another situation. People still do not know the facts surrounding the Breonna Taylor case. That is how loud these celebrities were with their Breonna Taylor endorsements. And this was LeBron James, by the way. He tweeted this, which is really funny, only when you think about.
But I'm talking about like the George Floyd situation, like with when she was saying like the other girl like was coming at the cops and all of that. Like I ain't no problem with that. I'm like, yo, I can't argue with that. Like she got to the bottom of that. But you know, but it's a lot of situations where she just like anti. Like, she don't even give you the benefit of the doubt if you black. Like, she be like, Candace, you know I rock with you, but you be doing that.
His silence over Cassie. He tweeted, the most disrespected person on earth is the black woman. I promise you I'll do my best to change this as much as I can and even more. Love to you queens all over the country and beyond. Love to us queens. No, Cassie, not you, girl. He ain't doing his best to speak out when he watched his friend beat you on camera. Definitely not. Not on any of the queens, the black queens.
Somebody said Candace grew up in the hood. You think Stamford, Connecticut is the hood? That's what you think?
queens who are lining up and saying that they were drugged by Diddy, allegedly, right? But he's like, you ain't the kind of queens I'm talking about. You're just the girls at the party, and I'm going to pretend that I didn't do nothing and I didn't see nothing. And of course, the facts that we're on a table.
Theory 23 says she be doing too much. I think she just she does find out what really be happening sometimes. You know what I mean? She tries to be as fair as possible. You also got to think when you reach a certain status, and I'm gonna be all the way real, right? When you're a person like her, she can't go. I mean, she's still in a situation where she can just be out in public without security, really. But a lot of times, a person like her may need security if she's gonna be in a public area. She may be relying on police. So she might, that's gonna naturally make her be more in favor of police. You know what I mean? And then the dude she married, she gonna be more in favor of it. It's just what it is, bro. And then Republican, ideology, a lot of Republicans are pro-police. I think we need police. I don't think we need to be, I used to think to defund the police, you know what I'm saying, after the Black Lives Matter and all that. But then until I woke up, you know what I mean? Then I bought a house and, you know what I'm saying, had people riffraff. I'm like, yo, where the police at? You know what I mean? We need police. So I'm not against police at all, but I just think it's just her opinions on different things may be skewed, and then Sleep the Goat says she should have security at all times. I mean, she's super, super popular. I mean, she got to have people protecting her, but I don't agree with her with the George Floyd thing. I mean, I think she's right about a lot of different situations. The George Floyd thing is just what I don't agree with her on.
Taylor case, again, it's always a tragedy when somebody dies. It really is always a tragedy because they have loved ones, but nobody knows the truth about that story. They all said it was no-knock warrant. She was sleeping in bed. She was not sleeping in bed. We know that she was not sleeping in bed, and the reason why the police officers got off was because they had a warrant. The warrant was for her house. The warrant was for her house because Breonna Taylor had a boyfriend who was not at the house that night, an ex-boyfriend who she was accepting packages for. I think in the Fetty Wap world, this is referred.
Hey, dude says Stamford, Connecticut is the hood. Let me show you something, bro. Let me just give you a little look at Stamford, Connecticut. Maybe I don't know, but this, hey man, this look kind of nice. Does this look? Hold on, does that look nice to y'all? Hold on, let me. It's real nice. I mean, I don't know. I mean, he thinks Stamford, Connecticut thugged out. I don't think so, bro. I could be, I said, I could be wrong.
Hey, my name is Mike.
You know what I mean? Let's see. Should I type in Stamford, Connecticut hoods? Let's see what he's showing. He's showing the same, man, that's nice. I'm just saying, bro, I seen where LeBron comes from. It's different.
To as a trap queen, and they had been watching her house.
Yeah, exactly. So that's what I'm saying. Her lens of the world might be different than how he sees and perceives things. And you got to think, yeah, LeBron made it. It's people around him that didn't make it. He may know personal people, you know what I'm saying, that may have succumbed to the police brutality or something. She don't know. But that's the George Floyd thing is what I don't agree with her with. Other than that, I ain't got no problem with her.
Watching her accept these USPS packages. And
hey, a subscriber said, Jay Trinidad said, dang, that's a vacation spot and it's nice. Yeah, bro, that's what I'm saying. It's just the world, bro. It's just, you don't know what people, she probably grew up different. Wasn't like that around where she lived. You know, maybe the cops is different. I just seen different, bro. Like cops can be, they can like get out of line. And like, even like if you look at police activity videos on YouTube, it's a channel, police activity. And then I1 said, I love out here. And you look at police activity video, bro, cops be wilding sometimes. Look at TikTok, they be overstepping their boundaries, their egos take over their policy. You see what I'm saying? They do anything. They tell you to get out the car for no reason. You know what I mean? They be forcing themselves into people's cars. They be doing all kind of stuff. Talking to you crazy, trying to make you mad so that they can like take you to jail. They do anything. You know, they not all like, if they see a beautiful woman like this, her interactions are going to be different. And you got to think Candace is rich. I can't remember how long she been rich, but she been rich for a minute. You know what I'm saying? So you got, shout out to Kevin Vasquez for the Cash App. You know what I'm saying? Cash Apps is open too. Shout out to you. Appreciate you. He said, with these rappers, D-Rod and Kamala can't win. I don't think she's, I don't know. I mean, we don't know who can win that one. You know what I'm saying? We'll end up seeing what's happening. But like, she got like nice stuff, bro. I seen her walking around. Her belt is probably like $1,200. So if she in traffic and she in a brand new Escalade, they probably ain't gonna bother her. Or if she's famous, or if they get behind her car and run her plate and see this is Candace Owens, you think they're gonna bother? I'm just saying. So her interactions may be different, you know? But some people grew up in the hood and they think, you know, cops don't be messing with it. Like, look at Lil Wayne. Lil Wayne is from New Orleans, Louisiana. I've been to New Orleans. It's rough out there, certain parts. You know what I mean? And he came from that, and he don't think there's like no problem. So it's like some people think that. It's just people have different lenses on how they look. But the George Floyd, I don't care how much you try to go against George Floyd, whatever his usage or whatever. You know what I'm saying? That cop was totally wrong. He had like mad minutes to where he could have stopped doing that. Like with his knee, he could have stopped. And he didn't. Like, you know, so there is no justification for that.
And then he would come pick them up. Her ex-boyfriend would come pick them up, and he would go to a known drug place and get that cut up or distributed. So they'd watched her. They got a warrant. On that warrant, it said they did not have to knock, but they did. And we know they knocked because the guy that was with her that night told the police officers that they heard a knock and they didn't know who it was. And that was the reason that he fired, because he thought, again, he shot at the police first, the guy that she was with, because he thought that maybe it could have been a burglar, right? So there was never everything you were told about the Breonna Taylor.
Somebody said, watch Candace Owens' doc on him. I did.
Case from celebrities was just a lie meant to drum up race issues, and all the police officers were like,
y'all, yeah. Hey, y'all is petty. My chat petty, y'all. If y'all watching, y'all thinking about subscribing, be careful. My chat is petty, bro. He said play the part where LeBron was talking about the book. All right, so Candace Owens, like, she don't like LeBron, bro. So she caught LeBron being interviewed about a book, and like she kind of showing that he didn't read the book because he don't know what to say. You know what I mean? And he's kind of talking like he a little slow, you know what I mean? In that interview. I'm not saying LeBron is slow. You know what I'm saying? So she kind of like caught him and she was going in. So my chat is like, hey, yo, play that video. Y'all is petty, bro. Let me see if I can find it. Let me let this play.
Go, because of course they were able to check all of this and see that they were there on that location for a reason. Again, still a tragedy that Breonna Taylor died, but also we could have a conversation about how if we don't involve ourselves in lifestyles, no matter what race we are, right? Getting involved in drugs, accepting drugs, selling drugs.
See, she's going against Breonna Taylor's situation right here, right? But I think she's right about this one, because she's saying like, yo, don't get involved in anything that has to do with that lifestyle, because you can be, you know what I mean, you can get caught up in it and lose your life, you know. So she's kind of saying that, but it's giving her fuel to go against, you see what I'm saying, like a black person has been taken out by a police officer.
Celebrities was just a lie meant to drum up race issues, and all the police officers were let go because, of course, they were able to check all of this and see that they were there on that
Hey, Craig, we already shown she's from a nice part.
location for a reason. Again, still a tragedy that Breonna Taylor died, but also we could have a conversation about how if we don't involve ourselves in lifestyles, no matter what race we are, right? Getting involved in drugs, accepting drugs, selling drugs, doing drugs, not a very great idea. But that would be about hashtag accountability. And he's not about accountability. He really isn't. Like, he is like about making sure that.
Yeah, but they should not have taken her life, Candace. This is like, I'm telling you, this is the issue with her. Like, other than everything else, she good. But when it comes to cops and black people, she is anti-black, bro. It's with her, what she puts out there. Like, how you gonna take accountability of being like taken up out of here by a cop? Like, whether or not, like, yeah, people commit crimes. They don't give a cop the authority to take you off this planet. They're not judge, jury, and executioner. You see what I'm saying? I mean, they are at times. It happens. You know what I mean? But they not like Judge Dredd's, like, walking around here like, you know, they can't be doing stuff like that. Judge Dredd wouldn't even do that to Breonna Taylor. But she is right to where, like, you know, you should be watching the type of lifestyle you're around. But why not just be like, yo, like, that was a bad situation. Like, she should have watched the lifestyle, but the cop should not have done that. She's not going to say that. She's just going to say what the black person did wrong. This is the problem that she has with the black community, I'm starting to see. And this is me being fair. I like Candace Owens, but this is me being fair.
Criminals can commit crimes, which is why it makes sense. It makes sense that he's endorsing Kamala Harris. Because this woman has done absolutely nothing in her life but help, as we have learned, criminals get off, right? We learned this from Yuichi Shimatsu. We learned this from Judge Joe Brown. We have learned that this woman is corrupt. She is crooked. She is all about making sure that the people that were at the top of the cartel were getting off, handing them light sentences while making sure the black men were getting locked up. So this is a perfect union. But the manner in which he went about it, it is like, it's a dumb level of propaganda. Like, it's like, you could do this to literally anyone. And if we had had more time, I would have done this with me. You just take out of context sentences of someone, no context, and just put a bunch of terrible things that have happened to black people in the past.
A subscriber, Jay Brooks, said, I can't stand her. Y'all crazy. I want to be careful about how I talk about her, because I don't want to be like watching her one day and she going in on me. You know what I mean? But you know, I come from like entertainment, so you know, I had like mad people like blogging on me and stuff. So I mean, I got thick skin to it, but I don't know, man. I do see some issues that people have with her. You know what I mean? But you know, at the end of the day, it's still her opinion. So we're gonna fast forward it to a part, because somebody in the chat was like, fast forward to when LeBron James was asked about the book. Let's fast forward it.
That somehow makes it true. I am telling you, it's just his education level to me is something that has always been impressed upon me. We
almost at 100,000 subscribers. Thug life. Shout out to everybody. We got 99,620 subscribers, and it's been going up. 7.1 million views in 30 days. Shout out to everybody that's been subscribed to the channel. You know what I mean? All the membership people, I appreciate y'all. Like I said, if you join the membership, you can see the uploads that are on members only, and also you will get priority in the comment section. Appreciate all y'all.
Whenever I see him reading that first page of every book and pretending that he's become educated, it's embarrassing. And I just hope that Black Americans realize this. You can appreciate him as a basketball player, but you should also appreciate the fact that he's not a person that you go to when it comes to understanding politics or understanding policy, because he has no idea what he's doing. He's being told what to say and what to do. And usually he's a walking contradiction. Now, I just want to show this video because it's one of the greatest of all times, when somebody actually asked him about the book he was reading, because he notoriously always walks into the locker room and he's reading the first page. And so finally a journalist asked him, like, hey, how's that book you're reading? And LeBron James obviously cannot answer the question, because LeBron James does not read any books. Take a listen.
Yo, Candace, how you gonna say he don't read any books, bro?
Taylor, you want to follow up? Yeah. So you're holding the autobiography of Malcolm X along with Alex Haley. I don't know how far you are into the book, but what's your biggest takeaway so far?
I kind of just started a couple days ago.
Always.
But I've read and a lot of notes over the years. It's my first time actually reading this from start to finish. But just a very smart man. Very, very, very smart man. And basically, his words in the 60s and what was going on is actually what's going on today still. Him understanding how powerful the Negro can be. He used that word a lot. How powerful.
All right, LeBron, just say you didn't read the book, bro. Just say you didn't read the book, man. Like, this is the problem, like, with America. We put too much pressure on these athletes, you know what I mean, for them to think. A lot of people just want to be an athlete. They feel like, I'm going to go to the NBA, I'm going to make millions of dollars, I'm going to, have a Hummer, all of this, have a mansion. Next thing you know, your agent is talking about, you got to act like you read a book. Here's a book. They're going to pay you like $5 million. Just say you read it. And then you get a reporter asking you questions about It's crazy, bro.
We are. But we have to unite. And we have to be together. We have to stand strong because there's always going to be obstacles. There's always going to be, things that's going to be thrown at us where they try to weaken us. They try to make us feel like we're not kings and queens. And it's going to come from all, different races and different shapes and sizes and things of that nature.
She be killing me, bro, because she be like laughing on the mic. She be killing me, bro.
Stand strong because there's always going to be obstacles. There's always going to be, things that's going to be thrown at us where they try to weaken us. They try to make us feel like we're not kings and queens. And it's going to come from all, different races and different shapes and sizes and things of that nature. And just a very powerful-minded gentleman.
She crazy, bro.
And it's unbelievable
I love Candace
to kind of read something that's coming directly from him. Just hate.
All right, Candace, chill. Let him live. This is cringe. Hey, Shannon Sharp. Like, let me tell you this, Shannon. She gonna get you. She gonna get you, Shannon Sharp, bro. She caught you talking about her behind her back. She gonna get you, bro. I'm gonna show y'all that video. She gonna catch you. You gonna be out here slipping one day. Next thing you know, Candace Owens gonna be talking about you, bro.
Wish I had the opportunity to meet him. Obviously, we know what the situation that happened among not only him, but Dr. Martin Luther King, some of the greats that's ever walked this face of the earth, not only just here in America, but in this face of the earth. So it's a pretty interesting book so far.
I'm sorry you guys had to have been in a state of pain watching that. Look, I think it's actually very relatable. I love it because I was an English major. I take all the AP English classes. We were always having to read a book. And there were so many days where I just didn't read the chapter. And then you get like a surprise pop, write a one-page, a little essay about this chapter. And that's me. I'm like, Wuthering Heights, Jane Austen novel. It's just amazing to be able to read this Jane Austen novel. And Mr. Darcy was a very, 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 very powerful man. And it's just amazing to really consider this time period and to really comprehend the way that people were living in this time period in the House. And it was very unique. And for me to be able to read this sitting here in 2006, to appreciate what it means to be in this.
Respect VA is subscribing. You petty for laughing, bro. Candace know what she doing, bro.
This age and the things that Jane Austen wanted to deliver. And I really love the usage of the imagery and to think about the plants. And I'm getting an F, aren't I? It's the realest thing LeBron James has ever done because he's a fraud. All right, guys. Now, let me tell you about 7 Weeks Coffee. All right, you guys know I drink 7 Weeks Coffee. Do you know why they're called 7 Weeks Coffee? Because at 7 weeks, a baby is the size of a this, but it was very funny given the series that we have been doing. And I wanted to give you guys an update. So yesterday we got super interested. If you haven't seen that, I know it was Halloween. A lot of you were gone. Go back and watch that episode. But in particularly just with this, it was a census, Canadian census that someone sent to us in which we saw a Harris family where the patriarch was.
Hey, I need y'all in the chat to help me, right? Because she ended up doing she did a video and she was talking about Shannon Sharp. She caught Shannon Sharp like talking about her. Tell me what video that was, because I'm looking through her videos trying to find it so I can show y'all. Because she caught Shannon. Man, listen, she gonna get you, Shannon.
Daniel C. Harris. He was listed as a master mariner, and he had 4 kids, one of them of which was Oscar Harris, listed as the son, that was 17, born in.
All right, I think I found it. Hold on. I also want to say this, Candace Owens. I'm just saying this because I don't know if you ever gonna watch me. Maybe not. You know what I mean? Lotto, which is a rapper, she ended up posting something that I posted, so you never know who can watch you. You know what I mean? Or whatever. I ain't got no problem with you. That's what I want to say. Like, chill out. You know what I mean? It's just the George Floyd is the only thing I don't like. You know what I mean? Shout out to you. All right, so here we go. Let me turn this up.
Every single day of my life. I have not even taken a 10-minute recess. I have not been like, let me just chill for like 5 minutes and not be black for a second. So it's so ridiculous and never warrants a response. But it does today, because I wanted you to compare and contrast Shay Shay's attitude when he addresses blackness, when speaking about an actual black person, and then when speaking to a person who's just wearing blackface. So here he is. Let's jog your memories about what Shannon Sharp had to say about me following my exit from the Daily Wire. Take a listen.
Sometimes, and it's happened before, people in our community forget that they're black. And they try to appease a group of people that's probably never going to embrace them. And once they realize that, guess who's the first group to take them back?
Look at her faces when he's talking about her.
I don't know her.
You know, I ain't say nobody's name, Amanda.
I literally don't know her.
You don't even know who I'm talking about.
I don't know.
How you know who I'm talking about? But we've seen this happen before. Rest his soul, O.J. Simpson. You know, he had the famous quote, "I'm O.J., I ain't black." Even Michael Jackson went through what he went through, rest his soul.
Right.
Even Kanye had to be reminded. And now Miss Owens, I don't want no black pilots, I don't want this, I don't want that. And now we can't keep off our black media stations. When before she gave us her butt to kiss. Now, if I'm lying, if I'm speaking out of turn, people, y'all correct me. But y'all know I'm telling the truth.
No, you are literally not telling the truth. Nothing you are saying makes any sense. Again, every time I've been invited to go on a black podcast, I've gone on it. But it's because of people who have your attitude and decided that people that are conservative just don't deserve a platform that I don't typically get invited. Like, it happened totally organically.
She ain't lied about that. Like, she do be going, like, when they invite her.
Did not happen. It had nothing to do. It happened before I left the Daily Wire. And like I said, you were dancing on my grave. And by the way, to the woman who said, I don't know her, I literally have no idea who you are. I don't know your name. I should have looked it up. That would have been the correct amount of journalism to do here, but it doesn't matter because I'm focusing here on Shannon Sharp and this sort of attitude when a black person doesn't tap dance for the Democratic Party. So let's fast forward to this week or past couple of days when he has on Kamala Harris. The entire community, the black community, is up in arms, recognizing that she literally plagiarized her grandparents to pretend that she was black when in fact she's Irish, Syrian, Jew, and to not be black for a second. So it's so ridiculous and never warrants a response.
I'm rewinded a little bit. So y'all
but
can
it
see
does
the
today
beginning.
because I wanted you to compare and contrast Shay Shay's attitude when he addresses blackness, when speaking about an actual black person, and then when speaking to a person who's just wearing blackface. So here he is. Let's jog your memories about what Shannon Sharp had to say about me following my exit from the Daily Wire. Take a listen.
Sometimes, and it's happened before, people in our community forget that they're black. And they try to appease a group of people that's probably never going to embrace them. And once they realize that, guess who's the first group to take them back?
I don't know her.
You know, I ain't say nobody's name, Amanda.
I literally don't know her.
You don't even know who I'm talking about.
I don't know.
How you know who I'm talking about?
Shannon be playing dirty, bruh. He know what he doing, man. Like, come on, Shannon.
From a Daily Wire, take a
He
listen.
funny.
Sometimes, and it's happened before, people in our community forget that they're black. And they try to appease a group of people that's probably never going to embrace them. And once they realize that, guess who's the first group to take them back?
I don't know her.
You know, I ain't say nobody's name,
I
Amanda.
literally don't know her.
You don't even know who I'm talking about.
I don't know.
How you know who I'm talking about? But we've seen this happen before. Rest his soul, O.J. Simpson.
Look at her. You said she gonna get you, Shannon, bro. She gonna get you, bro. It's coming. One day she gonna light up on you.
You know, he had the famous quote, "I'm OJ, I ain't black." Even Michael Jackson went through what he went through, rest his soul.
Somebody said they tired of. I ain't got no problems with Shannon Sharp. I don't like the Kamala Harris interview. I ain't got no problems with him. You know what I'm saying? Shout out.
Right.
Even Kanye had to be reminded. And now Miss Owens, who, I don't want no black pilots, I don't want this, I don't want that. And now we can't keep off our black media stations. When before she gave us her butt to kiss.
She is funny. Who is that? She is who is this lady? Chat. Who is this lady right here? She is funny. Like her reactions. Look at Candace. Candace. Yo, this is funny, bro. Like her reaction is hilarious. But this girl, her reaction is funny. She's like, I don't know her. Somebody in the chat, tell me who she is, bro. I want to watch this episode.
And it's happened before. People in our community forget that they're black. And they try to appease a group of people that's probably never going to embrace
Amanda Seals. Okay.
them. And once they realize that, guess who's the first group to take them back?
I don't know her.
You know, I ain't say nobody's name,
I
Amanda.
literally don't know her.
You don't even know who I'm talking about.
I don't know.
How you know who I'm talking about? But we've seen this happen before. Rest his soul, O.J. Simpson. You know, he had the famous quote, "I'm OJ, I ain't black." Even Michael Jackson went through what he went through, rest his soul.
Right.
Yo, his shoes kind of fire though. My bad. I seen shoes. We go. Hold on.
About.
I don't know.
How you know who I'm talking about?
He petty.
But we've seen this happen before. Rest his soul, O.J. Simpson. You know, he had the famous quote, "I'm OJ, I ain't black."
Them shoes kind of fire. No, they not. They're regular.
Even Michael Jackson went through what he went through, rest his soul.
Right.
Even Kanye had to be reminded. And now Miss Owens, who, I don't want no black pilots, I don't want this, I don't want that. And now we can't keep off our black media stations. When before she gave us her butt to kiss. Now, if I'm lying, if I'm speaking out of turn, people, y'all correct me. But y'all know I'm telling the truth.
No, you are literally not telling the truth. Nothing you are saying makes any sense. Again, every time I've been invited to go on a black podcast, I've gone on it. But it's because of people who have your attitude and decided that people that are conservative just don't deserve a platform that I don't typically get invited.
Hey, yo, she changed her number on Charlemagne. The guy, he was like, why'd you change your number? Oh, no, he was like, why you don't answer my text or something?
Elon's on that stage.
And she's like, oh, I changed my number. Let's hear what Devori Darkins got to say. Shout out to him.
Elon's on that stage, jumping around, skipping like a dipshit.
That's how he thinks about you. He thinks your jobs are a joke. That's why I called him a dipshit, and I stand by it. Where Donald Trump's going, surrounding himself as
Somebody said, I went to sleep and woke up and this guy's still streaming. Yeah, when you're making $15,000 a month, you'd be doing the same thing.
I said again, and I'll continue to say it, dipshits like Elon Musk. Meanwhile, I think the core principle, adhering to the Constitution, the rule of law, getting away from the name calling and the division.
Hey, Devori soon.
All right, guys. So
you said she is low key. Hey, John, ain't no low key about it. Like Candace bad, bro.
Boss, I mean, he's just obsessed with Elon Musk at this point. I mean, he has Elon derangement syndrome, if that is a thing. Now he's coming out calling Elon gay. He's receiving a lot of backlash for it, so we're definitely going to play that clip. You're going to want to see it for yourself. But before I show you,
John, no, it ain't flexing on the comments. It's just like, people don't understand. First of all, we got an election coming up, right? So I could be talking about anything. I could talk about entertainment and all that, but I'm choosing to talk about politics. And I didn't know I would like politics. I like politics more than entertainment. I might just start talking about politics from now on. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? But people are like, what? He's still streaming? Yes. What do you think we got 27,973 subscribers in less than a month for? I've been streaming.
That I want to take you back to the very first time Tim Walz started to insult Elon Musk. And I think at this point, for someone who's claiming that they want joy and unity and we need to knock off the name calling, they sure have a funny way of setting the example. Watch this.
Look, Elon's on that stage.
Shout out to Ambracia Hickson said, hey, I just subscribed today and I'm a listener of Candace Owens. I understand her.
Jumping around, skipping like a dipshit on these things. You know it.
Can y'all imagine this dude being president? Like, if something happened to the president and he has to take over. I couldn't imagine, bro. That would be a dark day in America if this guy, Tim Walz, end up running the country. That's scary, bro.
Think about it. Think about that.
Shout out to Greg. Appreciate you.
That guy is literally the richest man in the world, spending millions of dollars to help Donald Trump buy an election. Now look, they're saying the quiet parts out loud now because Donald Trump has already promised that he would put Elon in charge of government regulations that oversee the businesses that Elon runs. That's a hell of a buy. He could spend billions to make more than 10 billion on the back end. So,
all right, so Tampon Tim, you're making the claim, and you sound jealous and desperate and bitter that she didn't get the endorsement from Elon Musk, right? And Elon Musk, because he can think for himself, that's why he is the richest man on this planet, clearly, or in our country. Very intelligent person, a genius of our time. It's funny why you would want to be on the side of disrespecting him, but hey, okay. Anyways, you're claiming that he's trying to buy Trump the election. That's interesting, because when you search up all of the billionaires supporting Kamala Harris, what do we get? There are 83 billionaires.
Yeah. Hey, Chef One, I see that comment. He said, he's a subscriber. He said, Tim Walz looks like a high school janitor. Where did she find this guy from? Yo, he is a radical though. Cause I looked at, we all looked at it. We looked at the policy, his abortion policy that he ended up signing into law. So basically no other governor that comes after him can fix it. And so he's basically giving them latitude to do anything they want. You know what I mean? The people that are performing that, it's crazy.
Who endorse Kamala Harris.
As far as women's rights, hey, I believe in, Trump said, exceptions, incest, or, medical emergency, you know what I mean? It could be different things, right? But just, hey, if a baby's already born or, you know what I'm saying, they just about to come out, this one you got to say no. You know what I mean? There has to be a line.
Publicly to Donald Trump's 52. So there's that. So let's go through the names of the people who have publicly been reported to be funding her campaign. Now, number one out of the gate, as you guys can see already, is Bill Gates. All right. The second is
we just got a lot of subscribers.
Soros,
Shout out.
which is no secret. That would be a given. I mean, this guy's funding everything Democratic in order to.
He does. This is the guy that broke the Bank of England, George Soros. Him and Stanley Druckenmiller.
Stop Trump. And then you have this guy, Jonathan Gray, who happens to be the president of Blackstone. Yeah, he's funding her campaign too. And we can't forget about Mark Cuban, right? Petty Mark Cuban, that is. He's funding her campaign as well. Oh, yeah. And then we have Reed Hastings, who's a co-founder and former CEO of Netflix, who cut a $7 million check immediately. Then we have Reid Hoffman, co-founder of LinkedIn and venture capitalist. I mean, guys, this this list goes on and on and on and on, but I think you guys are getting the point. Now, Tim Walz wasn't finished insulting Elon Musk. He continued. Watch this.
That's what union workers know. Look, they could care less about union workers. They care about their billionaire friends like Elon Musk. Now, look, there's a reason that I called the guy in a good Midwestern insult the other day. I said it because I had seen a clip, and all of you have seen it, where he and Donald Trump laughed about the idea of firing striking workers. Why negotiate with them? Just fire him. That's how he thinks about you. He thinks your jobs are a joke. That's why I called him a dipshit, and I stand by it. I stand by it. He wants to make this guy.
And this dude's got like a serious potty mouth. Like, come on, bro. Like, come on. Like, what are you doing?
The economy czar.
Okay, so he's using the excuse that Elon Musk was disrespecting union voters. But last time I checked, it's the Democratic Party that has been disrespecting union voters, and the polls are showing that.
But look at where Kamala Harris is today. She's only leading by 9 points. That would be the worst Democratic performance in a generation, 10 points off the mark of Joe Biden, who of course won 4 years ago, was sort of that union guy, Union Joe, right? Won it by 19 points. She's 10 points off his mark and the worst in a generation.
All right, so it's no secret by now, you know, if you've been following this election, that she has been underperforming when it comes to union workers. But that didn't stop Tim Walz from continuing to insult Elon Musk. Here he is again.
It couldn't be clearer. I mean, where Donald Trump's going, surrounding himself, as I said again, and I'll continue to say it, dipshits like Elon Musk and the people around him.
This guy, man.
People who have no interest.
Yeah, it's all the same talking points. Elon Musk is a billionaire. He doesn't care about you. We need to tax the rich a fair share. We don't even know what fair share is. You know, Donald Trump is all about himself. That's why he has Elon Musk on his team. You know, none of it really makes sense. None of it is resonating with voters. We know that. Elon Musk is highly respected. His results are second to none. Again, I think that if she loses this election, I think Tim Walz will become a permanent meme in the social media world. Now, this takes us to the clip that's now getting backlash and going viral, where he calls Elon Musk gay.
If you're a billionaire, Elon Musk, for example, say, that guy got it. Michigan knows that word. Look, that dude got a tax cut.
Yeah, so what he's going to end up saying is what? Well, I misspeak. I'm passionate. People know who I am. You know, he's not going to apologize for saying anything like that. But if Trump had called Tim Walz gay, they would be coming for him. If J.D. Vance called Tim Walz gay, they would be coming for him. In fact, people are so sensitive to what comes out of the mouth of Trump and J.D. Vance that J.D. Vance started receiving backlash for what he said on the Joe Rogan podcast. Listen to this.
And I think that, frankly, I wouldn't be surprised if me and Trump won just the normal gay guy vote. Because, again, they just wanted to be left the hell alone. And now you have all this crazy stuff on top of it.
Now, when you hear that clip, I know comments
it's like really weird. Like the Democratic Party is playing gender games and doing all this. But now you want to go and like say that to Elon Musk. He clearly has kids. He's clearly been married to a woman before. You see him in the elevator with Amber Heard. Like, you've never seen him like with a dude like that. So why would you even say that? But you guys are advocating for that type of lifestyle, but you want to disrespect Elon Musk because he doesn't want to give you guys endorsement when you guys turned against him. He used to believe in y'all, right? Who was it? Like Barack Obama was in office and allowed him to get the capital for Tesla to get off the ground, the $500 million, I think it was, and he ended up paying it back with interest. But it was y'all that ended up turning y'all backs on him. So y'all are upset with Elon Musk because he doesn't want to rock with y'all no more?
It sets in because you know exactly what he means when he says a normal gay guy.
Melania Gibson said, really, 3 marriages and 12 kids.
Meaning people who are gay that want to be left alone.
Stormy Shadow said, Tim Walz's son is gay, real talk.
And out of all of this progressive wokeness coming out of California, we know what it is, okay? But don't tell Anderson Cooper that. Watch this.
To know where where the line is between a normal gay person and a not normal gay person.
I mean, the question is,
I'm assuming I can guess what it is, like, you know, anything related to drag, I guess, in you know, that drag, you know, wearing as much makeup as Donald Trump wears, that would be considered not normal. It's fine for Donald Trump, but on a gay guy, that wouldn't be considered normal.
Okay, Anderson Cooper knows exactly what we're talking about here. But again, they got to stick to a certain narrative. They can't do anything that insinuates that they are supporting Trump. Listen, do you know how much backlash CNN gets that they don't criticize Trump and JD Vance even more? I find that to be fascinating. Now, before I go any further, if you're getting value from this video, please like, share, and subscribe.
We used to have a little trouble going down the plot once in a while.
Yo, the same business as usual. Y'all don't be scared of that. Let's vote for somebody that's business as usual.
I'm serious. These are the kind of guys you like to smack in the ass.
All right,
yo, that's kind of Joe Biden. That's kind of fruity, bro. Like that, like. I think Elon Musk even says something about that. Hold on. What's his name? Elon Musk. Yeah, he did. I think he did. Yeah. See, Twitter is weird because you got to go to his replies. Yo, what's up with them and that squirrel? What happened with the squirrel, bro? Because I seen that squirrel on TikTok. They saying like they went in and the government like euthanized that squirrel. That's pretty crazy that they did that, bro. Shout out to that squirrel, bro. That's really crazy that they did that. Like, I don't like that at all. I think that's trash that they did that. I thought I retweeted that when Elon Musk said that. Hold on, let me see. Yeah, what's up with this? Is one of the most racist dudes. Like, he used to be he's a comedian. He used to be funny, and then he just turned. Now he think he like a Black Panther. What's his name? D.L. Hughley. It's ridiculous. I can't find it. You know what I mean? I don't think yo, this dude is annoying. Hey, did y'all see the Jubilee? Hold on, we gonna get back to the video, but did y'all see the Jubilee debate with this guy? Look what he said.
The dude
before
the firefighter guy, Trump, people that support him. I just want you to know, okay, just in case you're confused or it seems like I'm, you don't, whatever. If one of you were in the crowd and you're a conservative fan of mine and you end up, you know, getting blown away or whatever, I'm making fun of you the next day on Twitter. I am 100%.
This guy. And then he was also in a debate with somebody, and I think they let me they put it back up because they tried to copyright it and I ended up fighting it, so they ended up putting it back up. So it says Democrat says he doesn't care about the names of Americans unalived by illegals
because it affects us.
Let me fast forward it just in case they try to take the video now.
Affects the fact that we're here, we've crossed legally, and then we're getting our image basically affected by the fact that we have criminals killing Americans, by the way. Let me just give you a few names who have died, basically.
So he's arguing in defense of the Republican Party. He's arguing in defense of the Democratic Party. So they've got a round, it's like chairs like situated around this guy, and then once one person is voted to move off of the chair, like when they all put their flags up, they get out of the chair, and then somebody else tries to run and get in that seat to debate him. But listen to this.
At hands of illegal criminals, Lincoln Riley, which people know, Christopher Gadd, Travis Wolf, Alex Wise. Do you not care about these names?
No, I don't care about these names.
Oh, you don't?
No.
Oh,
I'm good.
Well, because it.
So he's showing him the names of the people unalived by illegal immigrants flooding the country, right? And he said he don't care about the names. How, like, bro? That is like, why isn't anybody taking that soundbite and running with it? That's crazy. Somebody said, "What's up with the squirrel?" Let me see if I can show y'all, bro. Let me see if I can show y'all. So this squirrel, like this dude, like owned this squirrel, right? And he was doing videos with, I think he got like 100,000 followers on TikTok. He's been blowing up with the squirrel. Well, the government ended up finding out he had a squirrel, so they used their resources to confiscate the squirrel and euthanize it. So imagine like you taking care of a squirrel, right? And then the government just decides, this big overblown government, instead of focusing on everything else in the world, they decided to come in and take the squirrel from you and euthanize the squirrel. This is a big deal. Well, he playing music, but it's, let me see. There might be another video on it. Yeah, I think he, TMZ got a video of it. So you go to his reactions and stuff.
If I would,
but they playing music, so you can't. But yeah, that's messed up, bro.
A few things. Number one, the USA flag on his lapel is diagonal. It's looking like it's about to fall off. Number two, again, if Trump or JD Vance said something like that, yeah, they'd be coming for them quickly. But again, I don't know why Joe Biden is continuing to embarrass himself, which leads me to number three.
A subscriber, True American, said if you go to his chat, they are all mocking him. Not hard to see why. Like he was getting like kind of smoked a couple times in those debates. He got a couple of people in the debates, but he got smoked a couple of times, and he just like is super arrogant, and sometimes he doesn't know what he's talking about.
I thought he was banned from the campaign. Why is he still doing campaign events? He keeps putting his foot in his mouth. This is just not a good look whatsoever. This is the sitting president of the United States. Why is he talking like this? I know why he's talking like this, because they all are hypocritical. Here's Tim Walz doing the opposite of what he says the country should be doing.
I think the core principle, adhering to the Constitution, the rule of law, getting away from the name calling and the division.
And I gotta say, you probably figured this out about me. I kind of talk the way I see it, and I'm a little bit old school, but I have to tell you, like all of you, the deep respect for this country, what we have. Call me old-fashioned, but a president's character and words should matter.
Now, the bigger picture here is I still don't understand why she picked him in the first place.
I don't
because
either.
If she loses, I'm telling you, this is going to come back to haunt her, and this will be a huge talking point.
Now, May, this is what some prominent Democrats, like the current VP nominee, thinks of your son and his involvement. Watch.
Elon says the only way to make this economy work is to crash it, to take it down. And he warned you, though, Americans, this was Elon in his own words, Americans are going to have to be prepared for some hardship. So I would ask all of you, what in the hell does a billionaire know about hardship?
Yeah, he isn't a pleasant man. He's not very bright, and he's quite silly.
Yeah, he's using like these weird words. Just, you're so smart. You're a governor. You want to be the vice president. Be eloquent. Speak proper.
And Elon is going to save America with Trump and all the magnificent people on Trump's team.
Now, just for good measure, because you spent this amount of time watching this video, here's a perfect example of Tim Walz being exactly what he has accused Trump and JD Vance of being, which is weird.
I'm not saying nothing. Yo, he accusing Elon of being. Watch him come out.
I mean, at a certain point, you're wondering, does he even know who he's waving at? I don't think so. Anyhow, so bigger picture, double standard is clear in this video today. Again, if Trump or
Devorah, you being petty, bro.
JD Vance or even Elon Musk did anything like this, I mean, they would be all over them. Okay. So I find that to be fascinating. Secondly, this is all they have to offer, right? Are insults. That's it. They don't have policy. They don't have insightful information. They don't have any ideas that are really filled with substance that are going to help the American people.
Donald Trump has descended into madness over the last few weeks. And I think some of you don't miss on this. Go do your Google on this. Donald Trump's got this big rally going at Madison Square Garden. There's a direct parallel to a big rally that happened in the mid-1930s at Madison Square Garden. And don't think that he doesn't know for one second exactly what they're doing there.
Tim Walz is as radical as you can get. We know he's literally Gavin Newsom, but in Minnesota, he lies about how great Minnesota is as a state, even though second to California was the state that people left the most during the pandemic. So I think that speaks to who he is as a governor and the state. And let's not get into the whole George Floyd riots, because we know that is a stain on his record as well. And this is a guy who's been advocating to get rid of the Electoral College and get rid of free speech.
I want to go back to something you said on Tuesday. You said, I think all of us know the Electoral College needs to go. But the campaign came out later that night, and they said that's not their stance.
Yeah. Well, it's not the campaign's position. And the point I'm trying to make is that there's folks that feel every vote must count in every state. Mm-hmm. And I think some of folks feel that's not the case. Our campaign does that.
Hit the like button if y'all can, so we can push this video out further. You know, because we got to compete with the Little Dirk news, the Diddy news. We got to compete with Young Thug getting out of jail. We got to compete with all of that. Cardi B, you know what I mean? Let's hit the like button. You know what I'm saying? Hit the hearts. Double tap the screens if y'all can. Appreciate that.
I'm in 5 states in 2 days. We're out there making the case that the campaign.
This guy is clearly somebody I would not want to lead the country. I'm not going to say anything defamatory towards him, but I don't think he should run the country. But somebody was asking me about the squirrel. Okay. Let's see. I think he ended up doing a reaction.
Crying.
Mm-hmm.
Let me do this because
Elon's on that.
He's doing that so that people can't react to it playing music. Let me find a video on that.
And get rid of free speech.
I want to go back to something you said on Tuesday. You said, I think all of us know the Electoral College needs to go. But the campaign came out later that night, and they said that's not their stance.
Yeah. Well, it's not the campaign's position. And the point I'm trying to make is that there's folks that feel every vote must count in every state. Mm-hmm. And I think some of folks feel that's not the case. Our campaign does that. And the point I'm saying is I'm in 5 states in 2 days. We're out there making the case that the campaign's position is clear, that that's not their position. Their position and my position is to make sure that everybody understands their vote, no matter what state they're in, matters.
So that's something that you invite?
I have spoken about it in the past, that she's been very clear on this, and the campaign, and my position is the campaign's position.
So, no, we don't trust Tim Walz whatsoever. And that is my opinion. So what do you guys think about this story of Tim Walz calling Elon Musk gay? He's been insulting him, I guess, for a while now. He won't let up.
Yeah, that's crazy. Let me see, because I don't think they're going to copyright me. Shout out to
listen to this. One of the craziest stories you might hear on this Friday. A TikTok star has been seized from his owner. Mark Longo of Pine City, New York, made Peanut famous on social media. The scroll you see there on his back. The New York State Department of Environmental Conservation says that they received multiple anonymous complaints about the unsafe housing of wildlife that could carry rabies.
And so they took the squirrel out of the house and euthanized him. Crazy. What do y'all think about that? That is literally disgusting that they did that. Like, that's what they're worried about. Literally crazy. All right, we got another video coming up, guys.
And are flipping to a Trump vote.
And the local friends who are doing that, do they cite a reason?
The border and the economy. Yes, people are having a hard time putting food on their table and gas in their cars, and it's really...
Mulaney said crazy is an understatement. Venus said, can he sue? I'm not sure what he can do. Like, if he's breaking the rules, and that's the problem. Like, they just more rules and rules and regulation. You know, it's the government. You going against the government. Like, they can, do whatever they want, really. But, you want to be able to try to seek some sort of, something for it. But they can be like, yo, well, you shouldn't have had a squirrel. Like, I had, like, it was a situation I was in. I had a dog or something I was watching, and they came like, yo, you got a dog, and we just wanted to make sure the dog was good. Like, who is you? Come, they'll do anything to try to get something on you.
Affecting them. So I think that they now think about their vote.
Like, get out of my yard. Like, who do you think you is?
How it will affect their household.
Now, we know in the state of Arizona, really the big two issues are the border and the economy. Those are issues that Trump is going to win every single time. There's no escaping how big of an impact it's had on the lives of everyday Americans. I mean, we know things are double the cost, triple the cost in certain circumstances.
This is the cost of living, an analysis across the United States. If you look closely at the graph, the darker the shading in any county is where the cost of living, housing, food prices, other prices have outpaced wages over the last 6 years or so. You see all that dark in there? Those are places where housing costs, energy costs, and more have outpaced what you're getting paid in your paycheck. So let's zoom in on Arizona. Look how dark this state is. Most of the counties filled in more dark, including Maricopa County, where I am right now. More than 6 in 10 Arizonans live here in Maricopa County, and look how punishing the cost of living had been. So that is the headwind facing Vice President Harris.
So it's no surprise to hear voters that say things like that. And I just think that when her campaign continued to refuse to truly address that and take any responsibility on the board.
Exactly. So Frank Greatness, as a subscriber, said there's a fentanyl and immigration issue, but a squirrel is a problem. Exactly.
Or the economy. I think she did herself more damage in delivering that message. And that's why Trump is continuing to win in that vote. But what about younger voters, right? Because they're claiming that younger voters are going to vote for Kamala Harris in large numbers. I don't see that, especially when I hear young men talking like this.
Ralph Brennan among the Michigan State students helping turn out the vote.
I think there's a red wave coming, especially in Michigan, and I think people will be very surprised on how many people vote Republican this election.
Brennan is 21, a junior economics major from Ohio, but he registered in Michigan for his first vote for president.
I was a sixth grader when Trump got elected in 2016, and I watched him, come to the White House. I watched the inauguration. I watched all the great things he did.
I mean, but we're going to get back to this, but even look at this. Like, they're getting tired of this, bro. Like, Chicago flipping red, they're trying to.
Danny, see here, I'm flipping red because they're going to stop playing with Chicago, black Chicago, American citizens, period. They sit up here and promise us every 4 years what they gonna do for us and don't do nothing. I'm not looking for no handout. I just want them to stop playing with black people, stop taking their property. Like, that's why we here. They taking people property, black citizens property, and they're actually putting all these illegals in our neighborhood. You should see, they got stands all over my neighborhood where they sit up there cooking. Why they ain't paying no taxes? Why they ain't have to give a building? Why they don't have them out there telling them they need a permit? They just making money and sending their money back home. And then my taxes went up? No, I'm tired of playing. Vote red, flip red, and we out here advocating because they gonna stop taking people property, especially black citizens who get them 90 to 95% of our votes. I ain't doing it no more. That's why I'm flipping red.
Yeah, and you've got like the Chicago mayor. Y'all know what he did? And this dude was running off of, we're going to get back to DeVory in a second, but this guy was running off of, I'm never going to raise taxes on y'all. Mayor Chicago proposes $300 million property tax increase.
For joining us at 5.
I got to get past the music.
Yeah, Sylvia and Scott, remember that Mayor Johnson promised repeatedly throughout his campaign that he was the only candidate that would not raise property taxes. 2 budget cycles in, and he has to go back on that promise, proposing a $300 million hike in property taxes to help close a
Shout out to your boy with the $4.99 donation. Appreciate you for sponsoring this.
989.
You get a thug life. Shout out. We voting for the felon. Shout out to you, bro.
million budget deficit. He released those details in a budget address before City Council this morning. Some of the other highlights, he says spending is going to be up about $533 million this year, and that the city will see about $131 million in TIF surplus funds to help close that gap. Now,
meanwhile, this guy spent $80,000 of taxpayer money to redo an office, well, a room for his wife, an office for his wife. What was it? $80,000 of taxpayer money. We watched a video on that. And he was asked about it, and then he changed the subject. Was like, well, you know, all mayors can do that. And they're like, you guys are facing a budget issue, right? You guys are about to do layoffs and stuff. When you spending $80,000 of taxpayer money, like this dude just literally got in them and scammed all of y'all. That's why they trying to flip Chicago red right now. He should be in jail. Shout out to Melania Gibson with the $4.99. Dog of life. I rock with you, Melania. Appreciate you. But this is crazy right here. He should be in jail. Look at this. Let me show y'all something, bro. Nobody's talking about this. CNN will never talk about this. Let me show y'all this. Why isn't he in jail? So, listen to this.
More sense for your tax increase to simply be called a migrant tax on Chicagoans? Real Chicagoans are obviously afraid and victims of violent crime. And of course, they feel that you are taxing them into financial slavery to pay for migrants. The exact amount of this tax increase that you're proposing is, I think, to the penny what you've already given to one of the migrant vendors. The migrant vendor named Favorite Healthcare Staffing, not to mention all the other migrant vendors.
The city of Chicago has paid a Kansas-based company, Favorite Healthcare Staffing, more than $57 million. The company, with a satellite office on the Northwest Side, holds the contract to provide staffing for migrant shelters across Chicago. In an effort to follow how those dollars have been spent, NBC5 Investigates filed a Freedom of Information Act request asking for a year's worth of invoices. But this letter shows the city has denied our request as unduly burdensome, noting there are 498 payment vouchers that require redactions, and that would take 124 hours of staff time, posing an immense burden. A burden so large, the city says, that it outweighs the public interest in the information.
What are they trying to hide? And the guy earlier was saying, like, this is to the penny of what you're giving, like, these migrants. And you're about to raise property tax on these people.
What's curious is that before this denial letter, the city already provided us with these two invoices, showing with overtime, a nurse at this High Ridge YMCA shelter earned $20,000 in a week.
Like, why do y'all keep voting for these people? Shout out to Michael Gatsky with the $9.99. Trump 2024 Thug Life. We voting for the felon. Appreciate that. You know what I'm saying? Subscribe to the channel if y'all can. We almost at 100,000 subscribers. It is what it is. Hit the like button. Share the video if y'all can. These are the videos they do not want you to see. Shout out to Kimberly in the chat. Appreciate you. Jamin Malinky with the $4.99. Shout out to you. Thanks for supporting the channel. Thug Life. It is what it is. We rock with you, girl.
Now, Mayor said he grappled with this decision for weeks. It was either raise property taxes or lay off 17% of the city's workforce, including first responders. He says he believes the residents of Chicago wanted to go that route.
The ultimate goal really is to ensure that we're not laying people off, because that would also cause people to lose. And so we're going to make investments. We're going to respond to the structural damage that we inherited, and we're going to continue to have ongoing conversations with individuals from the city council who may have other ideas.
Bro, this is ridiculous. I cannot believe this guy's not in jail.
Trump struggled with young voters in 2016.
Chicago be having the most sinister, like, mayors.
2020. Brennan predicts better numbers this time, especially among young men.
Thank you, guys.
And especially after Robert F. Kennedy Jr. ended his campaign and backed Trump.
I've heard a lot of young guys say how important RFK was.
Yeah, exactly. Mulaney said subscriber. He wants a big old raise. Like, as soon as they get that to pass in 2025, I'm sure he's going to be like, I'm not getting paid enough. I need a little bit more money, y'all. Y'all, like, when a person becomes mayor, y'all are giving them autonomy. And then it's like the governor, which can remove these mayors out of office. They just sit back and just allow all of this to happen. Even if the citizens are starting to revolt, saying that they're going to start changing Chicago red. That's why that lady is so mad, bro.
Here, I'm flipping red.
And she's saying, like, the migrants are coming in and y'all ain't giving them nothing.
Danny, see here, I'm flipping red because they're going to stop playing with Chicago, black Chicago, American citizens, period. They sit up here and promise us every 4 years what they gonna do for us and don't do nothing. I'm not looking for no handout. I just want them to stop playing with black people, stop taking their property. Like, that's why we here. They taking people property, black citizens property, and they're actually putting all these illegals in our neighborhood. You should see.
She said they putting all of these illegals in our neighborhood. Is that a problem? I think it is a problem. I think it's a major problem. So you're going to get more people like her that's going to come out and speak out.
They got stands all over.
But all y'all new people that's coming in here, because we just got a lot of subscribers, I want to ask y'all how y'all feel about this, right? This is Kamala Harris saying that she thinks that X, Twitter, needs to be removed.
He has lost his privileges and it should be taken down. And the bottom line is that you can't say that you have one rule for Facebook and you have a different rule for Twitter. The same rule has to apply, which is that there has to be a responsibility that is placed on these social media sites to understand their power. They are directly speaking to millions and millions of people without any level of oversight or regulation. And that has to stop. He has lost.
What do y'all think about that? She feels like the government should have oversight and regulate the messages that are going out on Twitter. And right now, Twitter is the only like platform that you really got that's kind of like don't really censor you all like that. They all the rest of them do. They'll put like annotations and stuff if something is like completely like false. Try being a Trump supporter on Facebook. Good luck if you keep your account within the next 30 days. Instagram, they own Facebook. So they gonna give you some warnings. You see what I'm saying? Like, oh, it's too radical, chill out. You know, Mark Zuckerberg, he had to sit in front of committees a bunch of times. He don't want to do that no more. Get grilled by different politicians. So he just want to play ball. You know what I mean? Like, whatever the government wants, he for. They just seen Twitter. They about to force to sell a Twitter. They implemented legislation to get rid of them. If you are a social media company right now under the Democratic Party, anything can happen to you.
He has lost his privileges and it should be taken down. And the bottom line is that you can't say that you have one rule for Facebook and you have a different.
And Mayor Brandon John.
The same rule has to apply, which is that there has to be a responsibility that is placed on these social media sites to understand their power. They are directly speaking to millions and millions of people without any level of oversight or regulation. And that has to stop. He has lost.
They're going to act like they didn't hear it. A lot of people are going to act like they don't hear that. They're going to act like they don't hear this too, y'all.
President Trump vote.
Let me show y'all this. They're going to act like they don't hear this.
15,000 children died because of you. Stop the genocide. You're a murderer. 15,000 children killed. Kamala Harris. It's good to have you. Thank you. Stop.
You're interrupting my flow.
You're interrupting my flow. That's what really be going on behind the scenes when she's around. You're interrupting my flow. Did he just say that?
Point out somebody who's in the audience tonight. She's a woman named Sherry Peebles. And Sherry, are you here? Will you stand up if I can point you out? Okay, so Sherry Peoples is an African-American woman who has a daughter, Shayna, a straight-A student.
Shout out to Kimberly Ashcraft with the $9.99. That amazing lady in red told the mayor off at a meeting. She has perfected the art of diplomacy, ability to tell someone to go to H word in a way that makes them look forward to the trip. Yeah, I'm actually looking for that video right now. Shout out to you, Kimberly.
She missed 60 days of school because she was in a hospital.
Because it's another video of it's another video I'm looking for too. But yeah, that lady, like, she was cooking.
Because she has sickle cell anemia.
And then shout out to U.S. flagpole guy with the $10 donation. Appreciate you. He said, our flag still flies. No citizen shall be denied their First Amendment rights. That is why we hand the Second Amendment. That's why we have the Second Amendment. This shall pop Kabbalah, choose freedom, choose the Constitution. Shout out to you, bro, for supporting the channel.
Her mom, Sherry, filled out all the forms, the federal and the state forms, explaining why she was missing her school. She did her schoolwork every day. She got straight A's, as I said. But Kamala Harris was the Attorney General of California. And Kamala Harris learned that the state was losing $1.3 billion a year because of truancy. And she said, I want that money. So I'm going to start putting parents in jail whose children skip too much school. Oh, she arrested Sherry Peoples in her home. The police came in and handcuffed her. And when she said, why am I being handcuffed? The police said to her, talk to Kamala Harris. They didn't want to be doing it either. She lost her job. She lost her home. And she still raised an extraordinary child.
It's crazy, man.
You know, ever since...
And then let me show y'all this real quick before we get to the video.
Y'all don't understand, but y'all don't see it. America is coming together, and Chicago is coming together. Black, white, it don't matter. Because, see, we see a common threat. And you all are a common threat to America and Chicago. How dare you sit up there and go on TV and say Chicago people are dope? When you talking about how you handled the migrant crisis, illegal crisis, when they all in my neighborhood. Now, I can't go across the street and do a simple workout. I'm a trainer. I'm trying to educate the citizens of Chicago, help dads be in the homes, educate them about health, fitness, how it is, and to be healthy with your kids.
They speaking out.
Eat
they don't
healthy.
like this.
Work out, do something for the community, and I got to go through all these permits, all these hoops, everything. I got insurance to go in the park. But then I see illegals down the street from my house with a whole entire restaurant.
What?
I thought I was looking at Donald Trump when he was at McDonald's. They sit up there and had generators on the street, on the sidewalk, generators, and they had a fry machine taking the basket out the oil, putting it on the side, and not only that, they had tables and booths set up, like a whole restaurant outside.
Wow.
I just sit there, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Trays, putting the french fries in, all the smoke in out here, and they serving the people with aprons on, outside. Now my taxes done went up. Now they not putting nothing into it. My husband.
I'll see, they starting to feel it. They're like, our taxes going up and all this, and we see these illegals here.
Is a retired police. He gave 28 years to this. And now you're going to sit there and talk about we dope and we okay. No, we're not okay with that. We tried to tell you that. Sanctuary cities, we didn't want it, but you blocked that. You all don't believe in democracy. Democracy is out the door. You all believe in dictatorship.
Facts.
But that's okay, because like I said, when Trump, we all for Trump. And we're going to, he's demolishing these sanctuary cities because that's what the American citizens want. See, he listened to the people. And that's what the people want. So you all sit up there and think it's cool, but remember, the same thing make y'all laugh is going to make y'all cry. Listen, we put you all in office to advocate for us. All these illegals in our neighborhood, and y'all just, it's funny now. Yeah, okay, displacing us, it's cool.
Thank you very much. So they seeing it, they feeling the pressure of what's going on. Like, this is crazy.
For your comment. All right. Okay. Anyway, how you doing, Mayor Brandon Johnson? You all right? Okay, good. So I don't know why you pay people to come here to act like you own it for the city and for the citizens, because you're not. You're running the city to the ground. We've asked you over and over again to stop with the spending. We've told your cronies to stop with the spending. They won't stop you.
Shout out to Nova.
They're letting you run ragged in here.
I remember.
They're letting you run the city through the ground. They won't stop you. So because of that, you've given us no choice. We got to go to the federal level. We got to go to Donald
Shout
J.
out to
Trump.
Natalia.
Because he's made it clear what he's going to do. See, I got to have some help. I got to have some help.
Let's go to Trump. Let's go to Trump. Thug life. She like, we ain't dealing with this no more. It is what it is.
And Cook County and the city take what my mother worked for and left for her children. Just because you feel like it? Just because the Democratic Party think they all that? Like they untouchables? This is America. You bringing these people over here that's from socialist countries and all this and that. And
Yo, I got to rewind that part real quick, y'all. She like, just because you feel like it? Just like that? Y'all ever get mad? And you like, like this because you... Talk! Let's listen to her.
And Cook County and the city take what my mother worked for and left for her children. Just because you feel like it? Just because the Democratic Party think they all that? Like they untouchables? This is America. You bringing these people over here that's from socialist countries and all this and that, and y'all think y'all gonna run that here. Black America said, no, you not. The true white Americans are saying, no, you not.
Preach.
The true Latino, the true Asians are saying, no, you not. I'm telling you, Brandon Johnson, from my heart to yours, Trump 2024.
Facts! Get out there and vote, girls. Shout out to you. Hold on. We got one more before we go to the video. Hold on. She ain't playing with these people at all.
Scan the room. Scan the room right now. Scan the room. Scan the room. Scan the room, Blakemore.
Her name is Jessica Jackson. She putting it down. She about to turn Chicago red, bruh. She on a mission. Thug life. Listen to me. She is on a mission.
Scan the room.
She said scan the room.
Get right here. Stand up right now. Okay. Scan the room. Scan the room right now. Scan the room. Scan the room. Scan the room, Blakemore. Scan the room. Zoe, get right here. Get right here. Scan the room. Scan the room. Put it on YouTube. We're getting ready to make this go viral. This is Chicago. This is Chicago City Council. This is how they show up. This is how they ignore the citizens. This is how they break the law. And then they want to turn around and make like we are wrong for not supporting the Democratic Party. But this is what the Democratic Party looks like in the city of Chicago. Doing public speaking. They don't show up for a quorum. They on their cell phones. That's Desmond Yancey right there, who's trying to sell out South Shore to super low income condos to make the city look like the projects. Okay? Now you got Conway, you said Conway or Conway? Conway over there on his laptop because he ain't worried about a thing. He a rich white boy, okay? And then you got Taliaferro and you got Cardona right there, okay? I'm hoping that they paying attention. Taliaferro, I want my rights protected with my case. I trusted you and some other people, and I believe that you're trying to do the right thing. But you are in a corrupt situation. Get that light bulb head, Richard Rodriguez. See, looking like a Chucky doll. See how he has.
Hey, yo, chat. She said she looking like a Chucky doll. Going in. Hey, we got like 150 people before we hit 100,000 subscribers on this channel. Shout out to everybody that's been subscribing. It's been a lot of people subscribing today. I appreciate y'all. We got 27,973 subscribers. You know what I mean? For the month, I appreciate y'all. We are trying to get this channel to 100,000, so it could be another, person with a conservative perspective. You know what I mean? Like with over 100,000 subscribers. You know what I mean? Shout out to everybody.
No respect for the citizens. Y'all want to be famous? Y'all want to be famous? Let's make them famous. There go Raymond Lopez right there. Okay? He's trying to read so he can pay attention to what's coming up. There's Quinn right there. He all right. He paying attention. Pat Giles is right there.
Yeah. She said he all right, he paying attention. Yo, she calling them out, bruh. This what we need to be doing. Thug life, peacefully, patriotically. You see what I'm saying? Like, talk to our officials, peacefully and patriotically. You stand there on the microphone, you say what needs to be said, you make everybody listen. Peacefully, patriotically, let your voices be heard. You see what I'm saying? Shout out to her.
He's always trying to read so he can pay attention to what's coming up. There's Quinn right there. He all right, he paying attention. Pat Giles is right there. She looking up there. Maybe she'll pay attention, maybe she won't. Richard Rodriguez, y'all zoom in on that clown. Zoom in on that clown. He's the most disrespectful individual that you've ever seen. Now he gonna stand up. Oh, he looking at his boy Tommy, like what? What, you need to co-sign that he's a knucklehead? See, they engage in this type of rhetoric and nonsense. Look at it. That's the reason why we are $1 billion in debt. Because we got knuckleheads like Jason Urban at the top. Yeah, put this on YouTube. We go to Chicago. Famous. Y'all want to be famous, but disrespecting us and disrespecting your citizens, we're about to make y'all famous. We got 30-some days to get Trump in office. Come on, Trump. Come on, Republicans.
Come on, Trump.
Come on into Chicago. Set this off. Trump, come on, Elon
Come on
Musk.
in here.
Come on,
Come on
y'all.
in here.
Come on, y'all.
Come
Get
on.
up in Chicago. Return this red.
Thug life. Shout out to her.
Trump kind of brought RFK onto the team, onto the campaign. A lot of young men voters really like that and kind of resonate with RFK and what he's done.
Now, one of the biggest narratives in this election is that Trump is not going to get any votes from the suburban area.
Somebody said, who is Auntie? Her name is Jessica Jackson. She has been going viral. What she's trying to do is, like, she's tired of the mayor, like the overspending, you know what I mean? Like, they have a budget crisis. They see illegal immigrants flooding in. They're tired of this. And they feel like the government's really not doing anything for them other than taxing them to pay these illegals, you know what I mean? And then like their property, like the rent and everything is going up. Like, so they need somebody else in office, you know, and they feel like if Trump ends up winning, then maybe he can have some influence on what can end up happening, you know what I mean? And changing like some of the people in the administration. But, you know, a lot of it is on a local level, obviously, but you know, it's good that she's standing up because she's in a resistance to the status quo. And she's going viral, so people are like paying attention to her. Why is this lady mad? What is going on in our communities? And y'all do know, like, Chicago has a bad crime issue, you know? And it's like, wait, y'all don't want to hire more police, but you want to use $80,000 to remodel an office for your wife with a desk that costs $4,000 and 2 chairs that equal $8,000 for 2 chairs. That is insane. Nobody's talking about this. You see what I'm saying? So like she's opening people's minds, and then you get other people like in the city of Chicago that's standing up. You see what I'm saying? Like it's a big deal. Like it's a movement she got going on. I appreciate what she's doing.
I find that to be false. Suburban women, to be more clear, I also found that false, because when I looked at the polling, it doesn't really show that he has a huge deficit with suburban women. And in regards to the whole gender gap, that still remains to be seen. Now, having said that, they interviewed a suburban woman in the state of Pennsylvania. Here's what she had to say.
Delaware County is reliably blue, but there are pockets where Trump runs strong.
I'm most upset about the lack of a border and the lack of our sovereignty and how that's eroded in the last 3 years. And I feel as an American citizen, I'm underserved, overtaxed. I'm kind of diminished.
Kristen Kapara, registered Republican at the age of 18 back in 1988. The Philadelphia suburbs were red then, but Kapara is outnumbered in her Drexel Hill neighborhood now.
We vote on different sides of the aisle, but we are proud Americans. The American flag is outside all of our homes, and so I'm very comfortable there.
This is her New Jersey beach cottage. Lola and Taylor, her friendly labs.
Push on
It says swing floors blow up on Kamala with bombshell.
your left, there.
And this is back in Delaware County, where Kapara teaches figure skating. She believes Trump will run stronger this year because of concerns about inflation, the border, and whether Harris is too liberal.
Well, I think right now there's a very quiet Trump vote. He does have some bizarre behaviors, but at the end of the day, I feel he's patriotic, and I feel he loves this country and my version of this country a little more dearly than the other side.
She touched on a few points. Number one, this country isn't going in reverse when you're voting for Trump. What we're doing is going back to common sense principles that have always made this country great. This progressive ideology where our compassion has turned us into naive individuals isn't going to work moving forward. We need to get back to law and order. We need to get back to smaller government, okay? We need to get back to common sense foreign policy, right? Peace through strength. We need to make sure that the border is secure, because these things cause what? A stress on our local system in these inner cities, especially these sanctuary cities that affect Americans in so many different ways. And I just think
Hold on, my girl's standing on business. Hold on, girl just put out a post. So her name is Renetta Michelle. She's on Twitter. She said, I went viral for coming out as a biracial Trump supporter with multiple disabilities. I was mocked and attacked by the tolerant left for not falling in line. I will not back down. I will not give in. Said, I will not be silenced. I stand by my conservative beliefs because I know our country was built on freedom and liberty, and that is what we need to return to. May God bless all you, even the haters. Now let's get out and win this thing Tuesday. Shout out to her. Stand on business. Shout out to her.
that's common sense. That's not too much to ask. Men and women's sports, I can go on and on and on. But it's not about what the Democrats would have you believe, which is, yeah, you guys are trying to take us back to slavery and all this other stuff. It's all fear-mongering for them. Now, another battleground state is Michigan, and I've been telling you guys that Jill Stein is ahead in that state. She is polling higher than Kamala Harris. Here is Muslim American stating why they're not voting for Kamala Harris.
How did the Democrats lose your vote?
Unfortunately, Kamala Harris and Mr. Biden turning America, the superpower, the greatest power, to third world country. Broken border, oppression.
Left Iraq in the 70s to come to America for democracy. Now you get here and you see the president was nearly assassinated 3 times. What were you thinking that day?
I never seen a president of United States was 3 times facing assassination and attempted 3 times in 3 months. Where are we? Are we in America?
Yeah, so we've talked in length about that issue.
Hey, y'all, look at this. Hold on. So I put Kamala willing to lie and throw Robert Kennedy under the bus to make sure he doesn't get to overhaul the FDA from allowing poison in our food. Her handlers must have made sure she said this. The government wants us sick. All right. Listen to Kamala Harris.
Opponents. As of last night, just to add more, he has indicated that the person who would be in charge of health care for the American people is someone who has routinely promoted junk science and crazy conspiracy theories, who once expressed support for a national abortion ban, and who is the exact last person in America who should be setting health care policy for America's families and children. And then, even worse, he has increased his violent rhetoric, Donald Trump opponents. As of last night, just to add more, he has indicated that the person who would be in charge of health care for the American people is someone who has routinely promoted junk science and crazy conspiracy theories, who once expressed support for a national abortion ban, and who is the exact last person in America who should be setting health care policy for America's families and children.
Yeah, she's still lying and projecting, and she's trying to throw Robert Kennedy under the bus. Talking about he believes in junk science, but y'all was so cool with him when he was pro-Democrat. Now that he's on the Republican side, like, well, at least advocating for the Republicans, now it's a problem. Now he's talking about he wants to get in there and overhaul the FDA. Now y'all want to say this because her handler's in there in the back with the strings, the George Soroses and all that, probably, allegedly. They rich, you know what I'm saying? So like I say, allegedly, they're probably in the background like, nah, Robert Kennedy's trying to get on the team with Trump and Elon Musk. He talking about overhauling the FDA. You know what I mean? We got a lot in stake. We're keeping food the way it is. You know what I mean? Big Pharma, Thug Life. I'm just saying. You know, we can't have that happen and she comes out. I'm saying this.
And then, even worse, he has increased his violent rhetoric, Donald Trump opponents. As of last night, just to add more, he has indicated that the person who would be in charge of health care for the American people is someone who has routinely promoted junk science and crazy conspiracy theories, who once expressed support for a national abortion ban, and who is the exact last person in America who should be setting health care policy for America's families and children. And then, even worse, he has increased his violent rhetoric, Donald Trump opponents. As of last night.
What do y'all think about that? She really came out. She don't want Robert Kennedy to have to overhaul the FDA.
As of last night, just to add more, he has indicated that the person who would be in charge of health.
And we got like cancer and everything out here. Red 40 in our food, aspartame, you know, being put in our food, everything. High amounts of sodium, salt, tons of sugar, diabetes, all of this stuff that's in our food. And you don't know like how bad it is until you leave the country. When I went to Europe and I ate out there and came back here, it's the food tastes different. Even when you get a soda out there, it don't have this much sugar in it. You got to put so much phosphorus in the soda just for the person consuming it to be able to keep it down because there's so much sugar in there. If you drink soda. If you try to drink Diet Coke, you got aspartame in there. Or they putting caffeine in there. They doing everything that they can. So when you buy a house and you think, oh, I want to grow a garden. Oh, try finding seeds in America. See who controls them. That's a problem. So you got Robert Kennedy putting all of this out on blast, saying that this, like, what y'all do? Like, we getting sick here. Y'all don't see that? It needs to be changed. And then you got Donald Trump saying, yeah, I'm putting you in charge of it. It needs to be changed. What? Put that man in office. Because the Democratic Party won't put Robert Kennedy and have him involved in it. Why not? That's business. She is business as usual. Don't think just because she a woman that's going to change. She is business as usual. When Anderson Cooper put her on the spot and was like, what are you going to do with the border? Shouldn't y'all have done this like years ago? She ain't know what to say. She's business as usual. I'm tired of like paying super extra money for like organic food. You know what I mean? That still probably be on their assembly lines as a regular food. Ain't y'all tired of that? Groceries are crazy high right now anyway. Like when I went to Europe and you ain't got to be paying, like you ain't no real like or organic versus regular. I ain't really see that when I was over there in Switzerland. Geneva, Switzerland, Zurich, Switzerland. I didn't really see that. It was just like the food was food and it tastes like food. It tastes like food tastes when you was a kid. Because it's actually food. I want Robert Kennedy to do something about that. Thug life. I do.
Person who would be in charge of health care for the American people is someone who has routinely promoted junk science and crazy conspiracy theories, who once expressed support for a national abortion ban, and who is the exact last person in America who should be setting health care policy for America's families and children.
They called her, allegedly, and was like, yo, you need to stop this from happening. Say whatever you got to say about Robert Kennedy. He cannot be in charge of fixing the food. And she took time out of her day to downplay him. Because people are concerned about the food. And when you drive around in America, you go into different cities, you know what you see? Cancer centers and everywhere. Drive around in Europe and tell me how many you see in 8 days. I was in there 8 days. I didn't see one of them. I'm sure they have it out there. I just didn't see it. We have a problem in America. A big one. It's the food. I thought, man, I go to Trader Joe's. Shout out to Trader Joe's. I'm like, yo, I go to Trader Joe's like I ain't about to get sick. Man, I went to Trader Joe's, looked at the back of the boxes, tons of sodium, 1,300 milligrams of sodium. Salt and food. I'm like, what? You wonder why, like, America, high blood pressure everywhere. People having strokes everywhere. Caffeine and everything. Causing vasoconstriction, high blood pressure. You wonder why. People don't know they walking around like about to stroke out, don't even know what they blood pressure is. They scared to go to the doctor because it's expensive. They got enough to worry about. They working overtime and working extra days. They can't get proper sleep because America wants you to work until you're in the ground. How come we can't have it like Germany where you work like, where you ain't got to work for like, what is it, 2 months out of the year you can take off? 2 weeks is what you get in America, and then you gotta hope you can to get by, you know, with your 2 weeks off. And you're working this all year. Like, come on, dog. Like, this has got to change. Y'all ain't tired of this yet? You got people getting roommates because they can't afford to live. You got women or men that may be in a relationship that they can't afford to leave. That be happening. Locker room talk. You be hearing a lot. Man, I want to leave her, but man, it's expensive out here. You be here. I wish I could leave him, but we got all the bills, you know, like I can't leave. Like, yeah, people be thinking like that. Or people that spent all this money to go to college and they about to hit the real world. They're like, yo, it costs this much out here? Yes. And you got a student loan you got to pay back that they promised that they was going to get rid of. They didn't. They gave $60 billion to Ukraine. Oh, well, Piper Boy Williams, don't you care about them? I care about everybody, but I care about Americans. Don't y'all care? Thug life. I'm tired of the same thing over and over again. These politicians sitting up there in $1,000 suits telling me anything they think I want to hear, and they don't do nothing. If you ain't going to do nothing, at least give me a fighting chance. That's Trump. Life was lovely, wasn't it? That's why she can't argue the facts. She got to say what she don't like about him. She got to, like, pump the Trump derangement syndrome, get people, like, you know, upset about how they may feel about him. But when they talk about how it was them 4 years he was running, they ain't got no problems with him. Oh, yeah, I did have more money. I could look back on my bank statements and all that. Yeah, I have more money. That's her problem right now. That's why she got to get celebrities to try to like lobby for her. Cause she got to spend that money. What she raised like $500-600 million. She got to spend it. You know what I mean? Like, yo, let's get this celebrity. Let's get that celebrity. I'm not saying she's doing it, but it's high probability that might be going down. Why are you seeing all of these people that are the public opinion think they rocking with Diddy? They up on the podium. I'm just saying. Jennifer Lopez had a public relationship with Diddy. Usher with Diddy all the time. The public opinion, you know, people kind of like look at like, yo, like, what is this? They starting to talk. Celebrities getting all this money. What about the common people? Why are y'all just pandering to black Americans? White people are here too. Asian people are here too. Indian people are here too. Chinese people are here too. Samoan people, everybody is here. You got all of these black artists up there. Glorilla, Meg Thee Stallion, Quavo. Where's the white people at? Y'all trying to shame us to not wanting to vote for you? When I look at the Trump campaign, everybody's included. That's what I see. Kimberly Ashcraft with the 199. I cure patient. You said a cure patient is a customer loss. All about money. This is about money, dog. America runs off of this money. It's a big game and we ain't included. That's how I'm looking at it. This is crazy.
Issue, the Hamas and Israel war.
But you don't want Robert Kennedy to overhaul it, and it's an obvious problem. Things that are illegal in other countries are legal here. Why? Y'all care about us, right? You want to cipher taxes off of us? Everything we make is being taxed multiple times. Don't you want us alive to be able to make more money and not sick so we can pay taxes? Like the people at the top ain't thinking.
And it's a lose-lose for Kamala Harris. And that's part of being affiliated with the current administration. She is the sitting vice president, so she's part of the incumbent party. And when you have a conflict like that, it actually works against them in the election. Now, before we go any further, please, if you're getting value from this video, like, share, and subscribe to our channel. If you want to support us further, go to the link in the description below. Grab
and have told us because of Biden's policies, because of inflation, the cost of living, they're going back to Trump.
Yeah, so it's really that simple. Now, one thing that does not help Kamala Harris is when she continues to do these rallies where you don't understand what she's saying, right? She's a talking point, empty suit politician. And I just have to show you this because it just shows you how robotic she really is.
Exactly. A subscriber, Jamie Malinky, said, make America healthy again. Let's get healthy. What's the problem? Like, Pharma be making, y'all want Pharma to make this kind of money? Come on. They're going to make their money anyway. When people get older, we're going to, you know what I mean, have ailments. Things happen when you get old. They're going to make their bread. Like, y'all don't even want, like, Americans to have a chance out here. You got everything against us.
Really is. Take a look.
And they're just writing checks to other countries.
Anybody here already voted? Oh my goodness. That's great. Thank you. Thank you.
And another thing that's not helping Kamala Harris' campaign is when the Democrats come out and they talk.
Yo, he's Kamala Harris saying the same thing over and over again. Let me show you. I showed y'all this before, but this is crazy. And then Dearth Hebo with the $5 donation said the influencers look dead in the eyes, like their families are threatened if they don't tell you to vote Kamala. Bro, you know what's crazy? If you look at, hold on, I think I put it on my Twitter. If you really look at Jennifer Lopez, if you really look at her, bro, like she looked like she kind of wanted some help to get out of there. It said Diddy's ex-girlfriend urges Americans to trust her judgment. Look at how she looking, bro. Like, please let me go home. Yo, somebody said this. Yo, they said, hold up. It said, this is what having blackmail on someone looks like. Dance, monkey, dance. Hold up. Y'all crazy. Look. Hold up.
I promised myself I wouldn't get emotional. But you know what? You know what? We should be emotional.
Dance,
we should
Lopez.
be upset. We should be scared and outraged. We should. Our pain matters. We matter. You matter. Your voice and your vote matters.
She like, look, I'm crying for you. Don't put me in there with Diddy.
Talk like this about Trump. Watch.
You feared that if Donald Trump would win this race, you and others like you would be thrown in internment camps. You said the same about Muslims and Arabs if Donald Trump won. Do you regret those comments?
No, I don't regret those comments.
Yeah, we almost at 100,000 subscribers. We got 99,939 subscribers. Shout out to everybody that's been subscribing, rocking out with the channel. We are on a mission to get 100,000. Appreciate everybody that has been supporting. Shout out to Deanne S. said her voice is like nails on a chalkboard. Pitch Solo, a subscriber, said J-Lo the Diddy Queen. That's crazy. Yo, so I don't know, bro. I don't know. I don't want to.
Say
you really think you would be thrown into an internment camp? You sitting
Neil,
U.S.
here's
Congresswoman.
my concern.
That's what
I said it as a joke. No, let me be very clear on this, and I want to be very clear on this. I said it half sarcastically. Donald Trump has been very clear that he is going to go what he calls the enemy from within. I think we're all Americans, and you can disagree agreeably. Hey,
y'all, hold on. I want to say this, right? It's a lot of like racist people. I'm gonna say that. Say, oh, well, you talking about the Republican party? You voting for them? They ain't gonna like you. You black and all that. We about to hit 100,000 subscribers. I don't think these people is racist like y'all saying. I don't think that. I've been seeing super chats, hearts like going up. I see people like hitting the hearts. I don't see that. I don't think this party is divisive like the Democratic Party has shown. You know what I'm saying? Y'all gotta wake up. Like it's a different day. It's a different day. I'm just saying, wake up. You got to Tuesday. Wake up.
he names his enemies by name. I do not think it is okay to say someone should have 8 barrels pointed at their face. And I think...
Hey, Nova said we are having virtual pizza party when Piper Boy Williams does hit 100K.
I have been
wait a minute. In everything I looked at, Congresswoman, he never mentioned the word internment camp. So what made you take it to that level? If you criticize his language,
well, she said internment camp. Like, she is wildin'.
Right? She's a talking point, empty suit politician. And I just have to show you this because it just shows you how robotic she really is. Take a look at this.
Anybody here already voted? That's great. Thank you.
That's crazy. Even her reactions are... Who is this lady? All due respect. So she went to high school in Canada. She started high school in Canada. So she went to high school in Canada. She started college in Canada. So her formative years were spent in Canada. Who is she? I don't know, man. I don't know who this lady is.
And
Tim Harsh said, Republicans for Piper Boy Williams. Shout out to you, bro.
Another thing that's not helping Kamala Harris' campaign is when the Democrats come out and they talk like this about Trump. Watch.
you feared that if Donald Trump would win this race, you and others like you would be thrown in internment camps. You said the same about Muslims and Arabs if Donald Trump won. Do you regret those comments?
No, I don't regret those comments. And I'm going to be very clear.
You really think you would be thrown into an internment?
Lady! What are you saying? With all due respect, you wildin', lady.
Can't
Neil,
U.S.
here
Congresswoman.
is my concern. I said it as a joke. No, let me be very clear on this, and I want to be very clear on this. I said it half sarcastically. Donald Trump has been very clear that he is going to go what he calls the enemy from within. I think we're all Americans, and you can disagree agreeably. He names his enemies by name. I do not think it is okay to say someone should have 8 barrels pointed at their face. And I think I have been
Wait a
warned
minute.
by
In
law
everything I looked at, Congresswoman, he never.
Linda Carrick said the points you make are spot on, and we need people like you involved in all communities to bring this awareness because our people are asleep and see only color, not common sense. Shout out to you.
Mention the word internment camp. So what made you take it to that level? If you criticize his language, that's pretty inflammatory language in and of itself.
He has talked about detention camps. He has talked about banning Muslims. He did. One of the first things he tried to do when he became president.
You stand by that remark. You stand by the internment camp remark. And was that to put fear in voters' minds in your state?
Okay, Neil, let me finish. He has talked about detention camps.
But he never actually said that he would put people in a detention camp. You see how first it went from, oh, actually it was.
Yeah, Molly said wild and yeah.
A joke to, oh, I was just being sarcastic. She doesn't.
Jen said they took his comments out of context. Exactly.
Know what she's talking about. She knows she made a comment that was highly divisive. She knows it wasn't rooted in any truth. And now that she's being checked on it, she's got to figure out how to justify that crazy rhetoric. But I'm telling you, this is what makes people vote for Trump. It's a turnoff because it doesn't pass the common sense test, right? You start speaking as if Trump has the power or the ability to do the things that you're talking about. No, he doesn't. Let me remind you, there's 3 branches of government, okay? So it's not going to happen.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. I wanted to ask you about your day one agenda. I know you said the other day you talked about having an executive order that would eliminate college degrees for certain federal jobs.
Yes.
Can you tell us about some other day one priorities?
Absolutely. Well, obviously there's more than one, yes. And one of them is going to be to submit basically a package of proposals that are about bringing down costs. So, for example, housing. What we need to do in terms of creating a tax benefit for folks who want home ownership, what we're going to do to create a $25,000 down payment assistance plan, what we're going to do for small businesses. All of that will require a lot of work, and day one is also me getting on the phone with members of the Republican Party, with leaders, with the private sector.
Yeah, so the presidential thing to say would have been, I'm going to issue executive order after executive order. I'm going to task my cabinet to take this particular action within 1 hour of me taking office on January 20th. Not, yeah, I'm going to submit these proposals to Congress knowing that.
Exactly. Ricky for Real is a subscriber said, we need to get the lobbyists out of Washington. And then GRX Joe said, I just subscribed to your channel. Shout out to you. Thanks for supporting the channel, bro.
They're probably not even.
If y'all can, click the notification bells also so that y'all can get notified when I upload. I appreciate that, y'all.
In the past, and they.
Yeah, she didn't answer the question, Mr. Ism. I see you in the chat. Jamie said, good morning. Shout out to Jamie.
Original proposal probably won't even be what the ending proposal is. We know how the government works. Again, that's why if you're independent, you've never trusted Kamala Harris. Now, maybe the only thing that is clear when it comes to Kamala Harris is how she grew up. Let's listen to that.
And with this spirit, we know that one of the highest forms of patriotism, the love that we have for our country, is to then fight for its ideals. It is one of the highest forms of patriotism, of our expression, of our love to fight for the ideals. That's what this is about. And I have always believed in our nation's promise because I have lived it. That's what this is about. And I will tell you, I have always believed in our nation's promise because I have lived it. I grew up as a child of the civil rights movement. My parents would take me to marches when I was in a stroller. I grew up as a child of the civil rights movement.
My parents would take me to the marches when I was in a stroller.
Yo, Molly Money subscriber, what do you think about this? This is crazy. Nova, you hear this? This is crazy. She is saying literally the same things over and over and over.
That.
And with this spirit, we know that one of the highest forms of patriotism, the love that we have for our country, is to then fight for its ideals. It is one of the...
CRX said Kamala is a joke. Pray Trump wins, or I believe it will be the end of America. Trump 2024. Shout out to you, bro.
Highest forms of patriotism, of our expression, of our love for our country.
Hey, yo, we got... we got 21 subscribers and we'll be at 100,000. Shout out to y'all, bro. Shout out to everybody that's been subscribing to the channel. I appreciate y'all, all y'all. Pitch said, Democrats, you are not the party of hippies, and love are a party of hate and wars. They gotta stop these wars, bro. They really do.
Fight for the ideals. That's what this is about. And I have always believed in our nation's promise because I have lived it. That's what this is about. And I will tell you, I have always believed in our nation's promise because I have lived it. I grew up as a child of the civil rights movement. My parents would take me to marches when I was in a stroller. I grew up as a child of the civil rights movement. My parents would take me to the marches when I was in a stroller. And people during that time would come together from every walk.
Hey, shout out Thug Life. Shout out to Frank Greatness. He said, Thug Life. Appreciate you for subscribing, bro. Old Club said 100,000. Thug Life. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate you. Hey, we almost there. We got like 10 more subscribers. It is what it is. You know, I shout out to you, man. I appreciate you for subscribing.
Of life, together from every background, every race, and come together to fight for freedom and opportunity.
But I cannot believe she said the same thing over and over. She is wilding. She is wilding out, bro.
There were people there from all walks of life coming together to fight for freedom and for...
Yeah, exactly. It's brainwash. Hey, Pitch. Yes. The subscriber. He said, it's brainwashing. And then the realist subscriber says she ain't tripping, she glitching. My chat crazy, y'all. Wow.
Opportunity.
And I think when you have...
Hey, shout out to Jason West for subscribing, bro.
Someone who's as fake as Kamala Harris.
Joseph Hernandez thinks she's going to win, but he said, but dang.
Who can never truly answer any questions. Who is very scripted.
Hey, we hit 100,000 subscribers. Thug Life. Shout out to everybody. You know what I mean? It is what it is. Hey, they said we couldn't do it. We had 100,000. Thug Life. Nova, we did it. Sugar Black, we did it. Everybody, it is what it is. 100,000. Tim Harsh. Shout out to everybody that's been subscribed. Jesus King. Adam, shout out to you. Appreciate you. Said Trump 2024. Make America great again. Shout out to Natalia. Everybody that's been supporting and helping. Joseph Hernandez. Shout out. Dom, shout out to you for being subscribed. H-Town said Trump 2024. Jamie said Thug Life. You know what I mean? It is what it is. And then Mary said, yes, I subscribed just now. Ha ha, cool. Shout out to you. Appreciate you. Sleepy Inc. Thug Life. And shout out to you. Salute. Shout out to Dom. Shout out to Sleepy Inc. 1111. Shout out to B Moore. Said congrats. I knew you can do it. Appreciate y'all. Truly 100. We did it, dog. And then you got Marcus Chapman said, listen to me. And you got Pitch Solo said, Thug Life, 100,000. Life with Derek said, congratulations. Furu the Guru said, congrats, brother. Frank Castle said, MAGA. Shout out. We got Gabriel Derrick with the money, the prayers. We got Tiffelicious said, congratulations. Life said, Thug Life. Smoke Rebel said, congratulations, homie, Thug Life. Joseph Hernandez, appreciate you. Thizzle Young said, MAGA Thug Life. Marcus Chapman said, 100K is over. Hey, they said I couldn't do it, bro. It happened. You know what I'm saying? Dom, what's up? Shout out to everybody.
A talking point robotic politician
Stelio?
Who is running on manufactured problems like price gouging, like Project 2025, right? Like Trump's enemy list, okay? I mean, all of these things are made up. They're
Shout out to Nova with the $20. Said, Piper Boy, you did it. Thug Life. Appreciate y'all, bro.
Of truth. I think when you have a candidate like that, you run the risk of being exposed on election day. Now, the only thing they do have going is the abortion. So like I said, I'm not going to be naive. There's always a chance that women will come out and blow Trump out of the water. But I'm on the side of history. I do believe that it's the economy. It's that simple. People are up at night because of their bills, what's in their bank account, immigration, especially for people in a border state, especially people who live in sanctuary cities. They're fed up with that. They're done. People who are Democrats and Republicans who can't stand men and women's sports, child mutilation, transgender, taxpayer-funded surgeries. These are things.
Shout out to Jay and said, you are awesome. Best channel I found and I subscribe. Appreciate you. Stelio said 100,000 Piper Boy for president. Appreciate y'all.
That people are like, whoa,
Shout out to Jimmy
This
Dean.
is nonsense. Censorship, vaccine mandates. Whoa.
Jimmy said, I just subscribed 100K. It's only up from here. Let's go Trump 2024 Thug Life. Shout out
We're
to you.
crossing a line. There's a lot of people on both sides that agree to that. And then again, when you package all that together, Kamala Harris overall as a candidate, I just don't think this is the best that the Democratic Party
Shout out to you,
could
Valerie.
do if we
Valerie
go back 3
Roberta,
years ago.
Roberta.
But we are where we are today. That is my opinion.
Valerie Roberts said, I'm loving this. My first time seeing you. Congratulations. Appreciate you.
On
Shout out
this.
to
What do you
Ricky
guys
for
think
real.
about what these swing voters had to say? Do you think there's a lot of truth to what they're saying? Do you have people who live in these states, or are you from one of these states? Can you back up what they were saying? Let me know in the comment section below. Why do you think, if you could choose one main reason, Kamala Harris will lose this election? Put that in the comment section as well. Now,
All right, I want to hear this. Hold on. Let me see what he talking about real quick. Yeah, this is Nova. This is history for me. Like, I appreciate y'all. Everybody, I'm gonna remember these names. Shout out to y'all.
Is the sitting vice president
Let's see what he talking about.
do last time?
I don't know.
Strange. So with Pure Talk, I call it my cell phone company, you can get the choice of how much data that you actually want. Listen to this. For just $25 a month, get unlimited talk, unlimited text, and 5 gigs of data, which is more than enough data, plus a mobile hotspot. So stop overpaying.
Roosevelt said, now that you are 100K, what are you going to do for black people specifically? Wait a minute. Hold on, I'm about to give you a Kamala Harris answer. I'm going to make sure the banks are okay. Shout out to
your
you,
wireless
bro.
bill and get America's best 5G coverage with Pure Talk. Dial pound 250 and say keyword Brandon Tatum. Pure Talk's Euro. Say,
yo, this dude making crazy money with all these sponsorships.
That this dude is an idiot and people shouldn't vote for him. So I'm going to put the link in the description section. You want to check that article out, especially if you live in Texas. Anybody can look at it, but if you live in Texas, click on that article because it's going to affect you as you show up to vote. Now, if you already voted, you already voted. But if you're still thinking about voting, still some time left, we still have a few days left, you need to read this article, share it with somebody that you know is going to end up voting the wrong way if they don't see it. So I'll put the link in the description section. Like, subscribe to the channel. Y'all already know what to do. Let's get into this. All right, ladies and gentlemen, my boy Dana White, Chris Cuomo, had a town hall show, and Dana White was a part of it. Mark Cuban was a part of it. Chris Cuomo. We had Stephen A. Smith, and then my favorite, Bill O'Reilly was like the first.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to keep the content coming. Shout out to you, Frank. If y'all can't, hit the notification bell, too, so when I start uploading, you know what I mean, y'all can see the video. Shout out to you.
First person I actually liked on Fox News before they let him go. So all of them are on this at this town hall meeting, and Dana White.
I couldn't have did this without you, Nova.
Wish they gave him a little more real estate because him and Bill O'Reilly were eating Mark Cuban alive. And that's because the mental male maturity doesn't exist in Mark Cuban. I can say this. I never met Mark Cuban, but I could almost imagine that if you ask people who know Mark Cuban or work for him at a lower level, not upper executive level, but lower level, they'll probably say he's a jerk and he's pompous. I almost guarantee you they'll say that about him. You could tell in his character how he thinks he's smarter than everybody.
I'm gonna keep it real with y'all. He got me blocked, Dana White. Let me see if he unblocked me, bro. We got into an argument and he might not have me blocked. No, Dana White. First MC Hammer, now Dana White. No! Yo, this is crazy. Shout out to Dana White anyway, bro. Nova said everybody send a champagne emoji for our guy Piper Boy Williams. Appreciate you.
He's probably a raging jerk. Anyway, roll the clip.
Now, when you listen to Mark Cuban, you know
thank you, Marcus Chapman.
Economics as a businessman,
Jamie.
but also in relating it to what you see and the people around you and what you're hearing. What do you believe his argument, how it lands with the voters, Dana?
Well, a lot of the things that I've heard, since I've been on
Thanks,
here.
Colson.
This election is about competency. It's about competency. When we were talking about diamond out your boss earlier, this isn't about
the realest
your boss. This is a world leader. This is the guy. This is a leader of the free world we're talking about here. Trump has already proven he can build a strong economy. He can secure the borders. And he is somebody that allies and adversaries.
Laidback 91 with the $10 donation said, congrats on 100K. I appreciate you, bro. Like, thanks for watching, man. If y'all can't hit the notification bell so y'all can get notified. And when you see this face, click the video. Stop playing. If I upload, click the video. I appreciate y'all.
Respect.
Laidback 91, appreciate you.
Those are all very important things. She has never, what has she proven? What has she done over the last 4 years? And you cannot make the excuse that she was the vice president and she wasn't in charge of anything. I think that's ridiculous. She is the sitting vice president of the United States right now. She's proven nothing. She's done nothing. I think she's in over her head. She knows she's in over her head, and nobody who is intelligent like Mark Cuban, Stephen A., or any of these other guys can tell me they truly believe that she is the better candidate.
I'm going to have Mark get in. I'm going to have Mark get in, but Dana, just clarify. Dana, clarify something, and then I'll have Mark Cuban respond if he wants, which I'm sure he does. Dana, can you tell me of a vice president you've ever heard of who did something remarkable on their watch?
Not that they did anything. Let me tell you this. So
go ahead.
Think about this. Right, leading up to the debate, everybody was talking about that he's never been sharper. He's on top of his game. I was just in a meeting with the other day. They do the debate.
Hey, I am him. He said, Dana backdoored you, blood. I thought man could stick together. No, we got into an argument about UFC. It was like a big argument that was going on the timeline. And I think I won the argument. You know what I mean? And he got mad and he blocked me, which is fine. You know what I mean?
The debate ends and they figure out he's unfit to run, right? He's the sitting president of the United States. He's unfit to run. So now they slide her in, right? Nobody voted her there. Nobody voted Kamala Harris. If she went up against other Democrats, she would not be in the position she's in right now. Fact. Okay?
Well, it's not a fact.
They slide.
Cuomo. I don't know why Cuomo is even saying anything right here, because Dana White is 100% accurate. She lost. She ran against other Democrats and lost. She got killed. Tulsi Gabbard is the one knocked her out of the race. She got 0 delegate votes. So when Dana White says if she ran against other Democrats.
Pitch Soto said Trump supporters are uniting and big. Soon you would have 200K subs.
That she would lose is accurate.
Mike Fernandez said 1 million subscribers next. Hey, we wish.
If she ran against the same Democrats that ran against her in 2020, they would have beat her.
Mark Cuban, I mean, not to digress off of the topic, him saying that about Trump not having strong women around him and That I think is really gonna hurt him. He kind of laughed it off on Twitter. That's gonna hurt him. Like people who respecting him are now looking at him like maybe he's misogynistic.
Right or wrong? You telling me right now if she ran against Gavin Newsom that he wouldn't get more votes than her? 100% he would. I'm glad they didn't run him. Roll it.
In the position she's in right now. Fact. Okay?
Well, it's not a fact.
They slide her in there. Really? How did she do last time? How did she do last time?
She was Biden's running mate, and they got 85 million votes. But I hear you. The process was a problem. Let Mark Cuban get in. Talk to your friend Dana.
Dana, I love you. You're so wrong. Trump, inflation was up 25% over the Obama economy he inherited. Ask him about Yemen, where he decided not to take action.
Angel said Como is pretending to be neutral, but he is a wolf in sheep's clothing.
And allowed 100,000 people to keep on dying in Yemen. Talk to him about his tariffs. What worked with his tariffs? He had 4 years to make tariffs work with China. China kicked his ass. China took him to court, right? Because he didn't know how tariffs worked, and it hurt the economy. The economy was rolling along, and it got so hit by the tariffs that his appointment to the Federal Reserve, Jerome Powell, had to come back in and cut interest rates 3 times. And then we get to the real point of reckoning, the pandemic. And what does he do? He says, if we don't test people, the viruses didn't really happen. He holds back on resources, except for Vladimir Putin, to keep people from getting healthy. That is not an accomplished president, Dana. He has not done.
I gotta speak. That's the craziest thing ever, because how did the vaccine come out? Donald Trump, Operation Warp Speed. Now, I criticize Trump for the vaccine. However, for you dummies out here that act like Donald Trump didn't do nothing, don't forget that Donald Trump is the one that accelerated the production and it made the vaccine available before he left office. If he was really trying to hurt the American people, he wouldn't have done nothing. But he, in good faith, I think in good faith, he was wrong about it, but in good faith, he was trying to do what it takes to make the American people healthy. All of you dummies mandated it and wanted everybody to get the in their arm. But you don't want to give no credit to Donald Trump for that. Why not?
Anything. What he got, he inherited. You know what?
I got to jump in here with some course. I got to jump in with course corrections here. Number one, the real wages, which is really the only economic barometer for the folks, was up 8.2% in the 4 years Trump was president. 8.2 across the board for working Americans. Fact. Under Biden-Harris, it is around 1%. No COVID pandemic. They have failed. Number two, inflation didn't start because Putin and the Arabs did anything. Inflation started, and I don't know whether you know this, Mr. Cuban, but Biden signed in his first week in office at least 20 executive orders, making it harder for every fuel company to harvest their product, whether it be fracking or oil or anything. The fuel company said, holy you know what, we're going to get hosed because our prices to get the stuff out of the ground are quadrupling, so we're going to do it retail now. That's what ignited it, not Putin and not Saudi Arabia. That is the truth.
Yeah, he just got smoked by Bill O'Reilly.
Cuban, respond, and then Stephen, please get in. Go ahead.
Bill, you're bloviating. Thank you very much.
No, I kept it pithy. I kept it. Cuomo understood it. I kept it pithy.
I did. There's no big words.
You're bloviating. The point
He told him he's bloviating. Like what?
Is yes, inflation. You think inflation just started when Joe Biden took office? That is.
It was 1.4 when Trump left. Inflation was 1.4. 1.4%.
I know. It just shows you don't know how inflation. You just don't. It shows you don't know what creates inflation. Yes, gas contributes to inflation. Why do you think Trump is so big on reducing energy costs? Because they contribute to inflation significantly. And beyond that, we produce more energy than we ever have. We produce
in
more energy
the latter part when they started to panic, not in the beginning.
A shout out to Cassandra. Congrats on 100,000. Keep going, doing your thing, bro. Appreciate you.
Billy, look it up. Do you know how to use Google?
Uh-oh. Oh, wait. No, that's where I get my information on Google, right? I actually...
Shout out to Nova with the 1999. Congratulations, Piper Boy and Williams. I was a fan of yours since Battle Rap. You stepped out of Battle Rap, and I followed you because you have the same views. It's an honor and pleasure to be a part of your History Thug Life. Appreciate you, Nova. Couldn't have done it without you.
Research government records. Whoa.
Hold on. Just put his foot in his butt because he's challenging him about knowing how to use Google. If you're going to do academic research, you don't use Google to do academic research. You look at government documents and I would say in certain cases, peer-reviewed journals. You wouldn't just Google search something that's not technically verified. Everything that you search for. It's an open platform. People can put anything they want on Google. That don't mean it's right. Mark Cuban is so pompous that he looks like an idiot. Wrote a clip.
Oh, what a concept. Come on, 1.4% when he leaves office, and it goes to more than 9 in a year. Come on.
Let's bring Dana back into this. Stephen A. Dana, it's good to see you, buddy. I know. Yes, I know. Dana.
Fully transparent. I don't know any of these.
Dana White and I, and Mark Cuban and I, we're all buddies. I've known them both for years.
Must
Dana,
be fun.
Yes, it is a lot. Here's the deal, Dana. Dana, when you speak about Donald Trump, obviously there's a lot of people that look at him and they say, you know what, he did a lot for the economy. I remember that, you know what, he did exceed the deficit to about $35 trillion. What I would ask you, however, is this: outside of the economy, what else has he done that you would deem positive in your eyes?
Well, border crossings are up over 300% since he left office. And that's not including people that are undetected. And you cannot deny that the world was a much safer place when Trump was in office. It's undeniable. Do you realize that right now there are more armed conflicts right now than any time since World War II?
Shout out to Frank.
It was a much safer place when Trump was here.
When we think about...
What do y'all think? Like, I mean, it's kind of hard to refute that. Like, it's definitely like a safer place since when Trump was here. That is my opinion.
The only way I'll respond to that is this. You're talking about folks coming across the borders and obviously the dangers that it may cause in a lot of people's eyes. What about things that are happening domestically? What level of responsibility do you hand towards Trump in that regard?
Well, not only that, I mean, when you think about all the people that are crossing the border illegally, I mean, this is just common sense. What about all the people that are here that did it the right way and are trying to get in legally that are being jumped over and being handed money and a place to live, a telephone, credit cards, all the things that are going on? There are real Americans here that are going through hard times. That money should be going.
Shout out to Steliana with the $4.99. Piper Boy, I can't wait till November 6th. I'm tired of being harassed by texts, emails, and U.S. mail. Tired of them, bro. I'm in Philly. Be safe. Oh, yeah, you know, they after y'all, like, vote.
Toward them, and there's nothing wrong with people coming to America. That's what this country was built on, but you have to come the right way. You have to come legally.
I think the Democrats been saying forever. And then they end up letting them go after this. I think the segment ended, but... You know, Mark Cuban and them, I started to lose respect for people. I used to think that people who were wealthy were smart. But there's a difference between being smart and having wisdom. Wealthy people are smart enough to be able to make the money that they make. They're smart enough to be able to put systems in place and be consistent. But some of them lack wisdom. Wisdom allows you to be wealthy for a long period of time. Being smart allows you to be wealthy for a small period of time. And then it comes crumbling down on you. And Mark Cuban just has a vendetta against Donald Trump is what I think is going on here. He has a vendetta. Like, he don't like Trump. He's jealous of Trump. And you could say for whatever reason, just like Elon Musk. You don't like Elon Musk. Why? He's jealous of Elon Musk. He's jealous that these guys can be, you know, big players in the game and he can't. I think he's not a big cultural player in the game. You know, I don't think he is. Maybe I'm wrong. But Mark Cuban seemed like a pompous jerk. And I think that most people that probably deal with him are like, oh, I can't stand this guy. He's annoying. He's rude to people, rude to the valet. I'm assuming. I don't know if that to be true. But he seems like the person that would do that. I know
All right, but shout out to everybody. We're going to be back live later. I appreciate everybody that's been supporting and rocking with the channel. We at over 100,000 subscribers. Shout out to everybody. I can't believe we did it. You know what I mean? But we did. Appreciate y'all. You know what I mean? I'm going to let y'all rock out. Shout out to everybody. Stiliano. Shout out to Nova. Sugar Black. You know, if you in here, shout out to Pitch, Dustin, The Realist. Everybody's been subscribing. Miss Sydney. You know what I mean? It is what it is. Click the notification bell if y'all